I was up in Chicago last week with Nick, and there were two new people who wandered into that meeting, identified themselves as first-timers. Half the meeting suddenly exploded like somebody had, it just came apart at the seams, and all these people jumped up and they grabbed these two newcomers and disappeared out the door. They said, what in the world's going on here? They said, well, it's our custom here when there's anybody new, we do a first step on them. Is it a whole group? Well, no, there were about, I guess half the group didn't get up. I don't know how they decided who was going to do this first step, but maybe it's the first ones to stand up. But boy, were they eager to. They blew out of that room, and they had these two people in tow, and they were still going hard at it when we left there. I don't know what the heck they were doing. You know, these mob scenes just don't work. The whole thing that we're reading here is one-on-one. One-on-one. If you've got two people working with one person, those two people are really in tune with each other, that can often be efficient. But the whole idea that somehow or another we're going to, you know what happens? You take what we're hearing, what we're reading here, and you put this in the hands of a committee, and look at the mishmash you're going to get out of it. Everybody wants to prove that they're the greatest of all AAs, much greater than anybody else in the crowd. Everybody wants to be first among equals. And so, of course, with that kind of an attitude, it's going to be just a mob scene. Well, that's not the way it's done. And we're going to be reading this. Remember, this is you and or me or one of us working with somebody brand new. Let's go down the middle of page 90. We have met the newcomer. We have found out something about the newcomer. We know a little bit about his or her history. Now we're ready to begin to try to put into action what we've learned how to do by reading this chapter and by experiencing it ourselves. Middle paragraph, that's third paragraph, middle page. Sometimes it's wise to wait till he goes on a bench. The family may object to this, but unless he's in a dangerous physical condition, it's better to risk it. Don't deal with him when he's very drunk, unless he's ugly and the family needs your help. Wait for the end of the spree, or at least for a lucid interval. Then let his family or friend ask him if he wants to quit for good, and if he would go to any extreme to do so. If he says yes, then his attention should be drawn to you as a person who has recovered. You should be described to him as one of a fellowship who, as part of their own recovery, try to help others, and who will be glad to talk to him if he cares to see you. Now, this is kind of an ideal situation where somebody in the family or somebody who's close to the drunk is willing to go an extra mile here and point them in your direction. Quite often these days, of course, we don't have that luxury, because most of the time the newcomer walks in the door dazed and scared and maybe still half drunk, maybe more than half drunk. Many times these days there is no family. They probably burned off most of their friends. And so a lot of times these days we're pretty much stuck with the person as they come in the door. We're going to have to deal with it straight up. Nevertheless, if it's possible to have an introduction, that would be ideal. However, now we have this person in front of us, this man or this lady in front of us. If he does not want to see you, never force yourself upon him. Neither should the family hysterically plead with him to do anything, nor should they tell him much about you. They should wait for the end of his next drinking bout. You might place this book where he can see it in the interval. Here no specific rule can be given. The family must decide these things. but urge them not to be over anxious, for that might spoil matters. Now today, so much has changed, especially in large cities, metropolitan areas where there's detoxes and treatment centers and so on. It's like so much of that has taken the place of the way the Big Book is describing it here. Nevertheless, as you go through your career in AA, you will find situations like this. Usually the family should not try to tell your story. When possible, avoid meeting a man through his family. Approach through a doctor or an institution is a better bet. If your man needs hospitalization, he should have it, but not forcibly unless he's violent. Let the doctor, if he will, tell him that something in the way of he has something in the way of a solution. Now, of course, when Bill wrote this, you remember that much of his 12-step work was being done at Towns Hospital in those days. Dr. Silkworth was letting Bill and his cronies from the New York group come in to Towns Hospital on a pretty regular basis, because what had happened there was very interesting, and it led to Dr. Silkworth being so cooperative with them and with us. Because Silkworth, you know, he was running the largest alcohol and drug rehab hospital probably in the country at that time. And they'd been doing this for a lot of years, maybe 20 years, and Silkworth was the director of this hospital. But there were always those people who came in the door there that just they couldn't help. I mean, Bill was one of them. There was no way they could help Bill. There was no way they could help the chronic alcoholic. And they, over all these 20 years, they figured that one out. If they could get somebody soon enough, maybe with belladonna, which remember that's a poison, they poison them to get them to stop drinking, or with psychiatry, or with hot wraps or cold wraps, or I don't know what other stuff there, with group meetings, transactional analysis, all the stuff that they use. Aversion therapy, that was a big thing then, you know. The idea being that they give you this stuff, then you have to take a drink, and then you get violently ill with cramps and everything. And they keep doing this over and over again, and pretty soon the theory was that you'd stop drinking because you would automatically go into cramps as soon as you smelled alcohol. And it might happen for a day or two, but see what when they looked at this aversion therapy stuff, it was following the doctrine of Pavlov. Remember Pavlov and his dogs? And what Pavlov got this all started by showing that if you rang a bell when you fed dogs, after a while, if you rang the bell, they'd salivate even though they didn't have any food. So he was able to condition the salivation response just by ringing the bell. Well, they extended that over to human beings, far more complex beings, I suppose, and I hope so anyway, than any dog, and human beings just don't react that way. So, you know, it's an interesting thing. There's still a hospital in Seattle, Washington, that's doing aversion therapy, and it didn't work 65 years ago, and it still doesn't work today. There's still people who are handing out antabuse to drunks, figuring that that's going to stop them drinking. Ain't no way. A real drunk will drink right through antabuse. It doesn't matter how sick you get, because they know that after a while the sickness will go away. Then they'll be able to drink, no problem. Antabuse didn't work. Aversion therapy doesn't work. Scaring a drunk to death doesn't work. Self-knowledge doesn't work. Science doesn't work. And for the most part, religion doesn't work. Really strange. There seems to be one way that really does work, and that's one alcoholic working with another. We bunch of amateurs. All we have is our own experience, strength, and hope, and yet, applied in the right place at the right time with the right drunk, it works. Amazing, huh? I think all this started back there when Bill's friend Debbie came to visit him after being sober only 2 months. Oh, well, you can't do any kind of 12-step work till you've been sober at least 4 years. Balderdash. You ever see the picture of the man in the bed? That's Bill Dotson, Bill D. That's Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob sitting there. And Bob was sober about 3 weeks at that point. Of course, Dotson got sober, stayed sober, became the leading light in the Akron AA movement. There's so much mythology running around, and sometimes it's hard to keep track of it all. Amazing stuff. Because you know the AA program, this big book and the 12 steps are just bloody simple. That's all, they're just simple. Simple things that we do, and we do them every day. We learn how to do them as we work the steps, and then we keep right on doing them the rest of our lives, that's all. When we do that, we recover, we stay recovered, we grow spiritually, we have a wonderful life. But it doesn't matter what kind of crap life throws at us, because we're going to, you know, there's plenty of nasty stuff out there. The question is, how is it going to throw us for a loop, or is it not? Are we going to be able to deal with it, or are we not? And some of us have pretty clear sailing, you know. Every once in a while, a little something might crop up. There are others who go through a crap storm every day of their lives, and yet they stay sober, and they are happy people, and they help other people. God bless them, too. Okay, so that's why Bill was insisting here that you might want to go through a doctor or a clergyman or somebody like that. And remember that Bill met Dr. Bob through a clergyman, and he met so many others who formed the first New York group through the hospital, through Dr. Silkworth. And Silkworth had all these guys isolated over here in another section of the hospital. These were the hopeless, helpless cases they could do nothing about. And here were these guys from AA coming in there. Can you imagine all these doctors and all this fancy stuff and all these fancy theories and all this medicine and everything, the great credentials on the walls, the diplomas, and they couldn't do anything. And here are these amateurs that come wandering in there. They'd sit down and they would talk to these guys for a while, tell them some stories, tell them a little bit about alcoholism. And after a while they'd say, hey, why don't we just do a little praying together here? So they might pray a little while. Then they'd leave and they'd come back the next day and they'd sit there and they'd talk some more. Just like those two guys talking to Bill Dotson, the man in the bed. And then they get to do a little bit more praying. And then they would leave, and then they come back the next day, and they would get a little bit excited, a little bit more animated, and the prayers would get a little bit louder and a little bit longer. And then this hopeless, helpless drunk who was a dead duck, consigned to the trash heap of life, would get up out of his bed and walk out of the hospital. And a month later, guess what? He'd be back to work with the next guy in line. So that's where we get the term pigeon. That means the next to carry the message. Carrier pigeon. And Dr. Silkworth could not help but see that this was going on. And Bill knew this really worked. In fact, what they found out was the more helpless and hopeless and consigned to the junk heap of life these people really were, the easier they were to work with. The hardest cases in the hospital were the easiest cases for this bunch of rank amateurs, with no credentials, no diplomas, no letters after their name. The further down they were, the easier they were to work with. What a paradox. You come in there and you find somebody whose employer may have looked cross-eyed at him a couple times. They thought, whoops, tilt, maybe I better check in the hospital just to prove that I'm really doing something about this. There's nothing wrong with me. I just have a couple of drinks too much once in a while. And they come out and they're clean and sober, and everybody says, oh, Dr. Silkworth, he effected a miraculous cure of Aunt Sophie. Of course, Aunt Sophie's got her quart bottle, you know, stuck up behind the best dishes in the china cabinet. When she goes down to the store to get her next bottle, she always buys a stalk of celery, because that way she can put the bottle next to the stalk of celery, and the celery will stick out over the top of the bag, and nobody will know she's carried a bottle in there, right? She gets so damn sick of celery, can't throw it out, neighbors might notice. What an irony. The people that are the easiest for you and me to work with are the people who have been knocked down the furthest. It's screwy, isn't it? So that's what they found out. And so when this book was written, it's been 3.5 years of this, so a lot of what we read here is reflective of that 3.5 years. Of course, everything we read in this big book, you know, is history. None of it's philosophy. None of it's made up. It's not something that people think, not people's opinions. It's a history of what actually happened to these guys who wrote the book. When we read this big book, please, please read it as history. This is what in fact happened. And Dr. Silkworth got to know these guys real well. That's why he wrote in his little letter at the beginning of the book, you can believe everything these men say about themselves. What a great encomium. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. I'd love to have that. I don't want it right now, but later on, way later on, I wouldn't mind having that as an epitaph. Okay, here we go on page 91, second paragraph. When your man is better, the doctor might suggest a visit from you. Though you have talked with the family, leave them out of the first discussion. Under these conditions, your prospect will see he's under no pressure. He will feel he can deal with you without being nagged by his family. Call on him while he's still jittery. He may be more receptive when depressed. Now, this next little phrase of 4 words is so important. See your man alone. One-on-one. Please, no mob scenes. See your man alone, if possible. It's hard enough, guys, for one of us to establish our bona fides, our credibility, with the new person, the sick, sore, and wounded drunk. How are 8 or 10 of us going to establish any kind of credibility at all? It isn't going to happen. We're going to establish something here, which is this is what God wants of us. This is our mission. This is our purpose. That's why we're here. That's why we got sober in the first place. So that we'll be able to carry the message this way. See your man alone if possible. At first, engage in general conversation. Want to try to make a little bit of friends. And see, this is just the opposite of saying, hey, what do you think you're doing here? You think this is a bingo game or something? You must be a drunk or you wouldn't be here. Nobody comes in that door by mistake. You know, this kind of stuff. Besides which, I want you to sit down and shut up. I mean, you should take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth. You don't know nothing. And I'm going to tell you what you need to know. And on and on. You know, that usual stuff. Very friendly, isn't it? Did you ever hear this stone cold phrase, what is it, hard love? No.
Tough love.
Tough love. Tough love. Tough love is precisely the same as honest lawyer. It's what is known as an oxymoron. Or some people who have a fancy way of saying things would call it an oxymoron. They're the same ones who say spiritual. There's a whole group down in Dade County, in South Dade, and none of them say spiritual, they say spiritual. And one thing that they're convinced about, by the way, and you should all know this, is if you're still smoking, you're not spiritual.
Oh well.
Oh well. How you doing in there, guys, in the Cleveland? All right. Those are the spiritual ones in there. We love them. We're so glad they're here. Be introduced to the real meaning of gratitude. I'd like to share it with you. I ran into this fellow who was, you're not going to believe this, but it's true, he's older than me. And he said, we were talking about gratitude, and he said, why? I said, I'm really grateful. I said, hey, well, tell me, I'm always interested in hearing about gratitude. What are you so grateful about? I said, well, you ought to know that I've had 3 triple bypasses. I've got a knee replacement. I've got diabetes. I can barely see. I'm wearing a hearing aid, which is maxed out. I usually fall down when I first stand up, and I have a lot of difficulty with my balance. And I'm looking at this guy and say, what in the world has he got to be grateful about? So I said, well, gee, Charlie, tell me, why are you so grateful? He said, oh man, he said, I still have my Florida driver's license. That's true gratitude, isn't it? Okay, I see that we've shed participants in this meeting, like a dog shedding hair. We're going to open our books back up, please. Page 91. The third full paragraph, middle page. See your man alone if possible. At first engage in general conversation. After a while, turn the talk to some phase of drinking. Tell them enough about your drinking habits, symptoms, and experiences to encourage him to speak of himself. If he wishes to talk, let him do so. You will thus get a better idea of how you ought to proceed. If he's not communicative, give him a sketch of your drinking career up to the time you quit. Say nothing for the moment of how that was accomplished. If he's in a serious mood, dwell on the troubles liquor has caused you, being careful not to moralize or lecture. If his mood is light, tell him humorous stories of your escapades. Get him to tell some of his. Now, you can see what's happening here, and this is a very important part. Maybe in some aspects of this is the most important part of that initial 12-step approach, is to begin to establish with the new person that we know what we're talking about, that we've been there, that he's talking to somebody who is not there to criticize or to moralize, but somebody who has experienced exactly what it is that he's been experiencing, and therefore is someone that he can trust, someone he can listen to without feeling as though he's being put down or criticized. I know that laugh anywhere. Okay. At the bottom of page 91, when he sees you know all about the drinking game, commence to describe yourself as an alcoholic. Now, here again, you see, this is kind of like the second phase, because first, we're telling them about how we drank. So now, in describing ourselves as an alcoholic, let's see what we do. Tell them how baffled you were, how you finally learned that you were sick. Give them an account of the struggles you made to stop. Show them how the mental twist which leads to the first drink of a spree. We suggest you do this as we have done it in the chapter on alcoholism. If he's an alcoholic, he'll understand you at once. He will match your mental inconsistencies with some of his own. Now, in this chapter on alcoholism, of course, is chapter 3. And the two prime stories in there which deal with this strange mental twist. One of the stories is the story of Jim. Remember, he's the guy who had inherited a automobile agency, and he lost it through his drinking. And at the time we pick up Jim's story, he'd gone back to work selling cars for the agency that he used to own. And he's the guy who went out into the country to see a customer for a car, and he ended up at I guess a restaurant out there. And suddenly a thought occurred to him that he'd had a full stomach, full of milk and sandwich and stuff, and so a little scotch wouldn't hurt him. And without further ado, without thinking anything more, he ordered some scotch, poured it into milk, and several scotches and milks later, he was off on another bender. And when he reported later that it didn't mean anything more to him than just, ordering a ginger ale. Never gave it any thought. In other words, he'd already been in several asylums. He was about to lose his family. He was about to lose his job. He'd lost all his money. Everything had happened to him. And he knew exactly what was going to happen when he got drunk again. But see, that fear of the consequences of drinking didn't stop him at all. He also knew a lot about himself, and that self-knowledge didn't help him at all. Then the story of Fred. Fred's the CPA, the accountant. He was a big-time guy, had a lot of money. He was a wonderful family. Hadn't lost a thing. He had cars, he had a house, he had family, wife and kids. Wonderful business, good partners, and making lots of money. But he was a drunk. And he went to Washington on business, and he got drunk. And he reports what he called a strange mental blank spot. It's just like his mind went into neutral. All that he knew about alcohol and what it would do to him never occurred to him. All that he remembered from what he had learned about alcoholism never occurred to him. And he called this a strange mental blank spot. And so that's what the book's talking about here. Give them an account of the struggles you made, show them the mental twist which leads to the first drink of a spree. Now, of course, there's more to it than that, isn't there? Because when we're working with new people, it's a real good idea if we review Dr. Silkworth's opinion once in a while to make sure that we remember, because Dr. Silkworth described this disease as one being both physical and mental. And the physical part, of course, is what he described as an allergy, that when we take one drink, sets off a phenomenal craving over which we're powerless. The mental side is obsessive and compulsive, and it's something which seems to be limited to alcoholics, this massive, unreasoning obsession and compulsion to drink. And so when we talk about these strange mental twists, it's like all of our experience, all of it, goes right out the window when the obsession hits. And this seems to be true also. I've not experienced it myself, but it seems to be true of some people who are addicted to drugs. The same thing can happen. The mind just blanks out. It's like, well, sure, there's no question. I'm going to drink. I'm going to take drugs. Regardless of what I know the consequences might be. And I've watched people, and so have you, most of you, watched people simply go out and die because they knew that they had reached the end of the road. They knew their liver was gone, their brains were gone, and the ulcer was about to burst, or they knew that they were so sensitized to drugs that the next one was going to put them into convulsions and an overdose. they went ahead and did it anyway. And it's almost unbelievable, because you would think that our instinct for self-preservation and our instinct to survive would somehow or another help us in these situations, but apparently it doesn't. Well, this is the kind of thing we want to make sure we express in one way or another to this new person, because very likely, especially if he's one of us, if he's a real alcoholic, he or she has experienced this. And he will match your mental consistencies with some of his own, the book says. Now notice what's happening here. This is real important. The Big Book is set up deliberately to initially, to accomplish two things. One, it's set up to break down the walls of denial, to somehow or another break through this. See, alcoholism is the only deadly, incurable disease that I know of that denies its own existence. None of the others do. But here, something has to be smashed through, and the Big Book makes a tremendous effort to get the newcomer to identify themselves with the alcoholics in this book, and to identify themselves in a way that they can begin to see that all these denials are useless anymore, because it's become totally clear that yes, indeed, I am an alcoholic. And the other thing the Big Book is set up to do initially is to bring hope. Because, you see, it's this way. The book starts out by saying, in effect, this: you are an alcoholic, which means that you have a disease. And this disease is invariably fatal. And it is progressive, and it is incurable. Now, if you don't stop drinking, you will die. But here's the bad news: you can't stop drinking. Wow, what a dead end that is. I mean, that's doom. Doomsville. Not Doomsville, Doomsville. But we say, wait a second, we're exactly the same as you, but we have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And to show other alcoholics precisely how this was accomplished is the main purpose of this volume, this book right here. So in this book, the newcomer, knowing that they are hopeless and helpless and powerless on their own, are brought to a place, hopefully, where hope takes over, where they can say, if these people can recover, maybe I can too. And this hope is the most powerful ingredient in the kicking off the path to recovery. Because keep in mind that a person who is truly hopeless, does not believe there's any possibility, is not likely to wish to accept what we have to offer, right? So the Big Book is to help some break down the denial, but it brings some hope, so that now maybe they will decide they want what we have and be willing to go to any lengths to get it. See how that works? So this is the way it works. Let's go to the first full paragraph on 92, about quarter of the way down the page. If you are satisfied that he is a real alcoholic, begin to dwell on the hopeless feature of the malady. See how this is building up now? We're building this person up to face the facts here. Show him from your own experience how the queer mental condition surrounding that first drink prevents normal functioning of the willpower. See how that's a really powerful statement. This mental state prevents normal functioning of the willpower. Therefore, our willpower becomes non-existent as a part of the recovery equation. We can't stop based upon our own willpower. And this is a key factor for the new person to understand, because everybody's been saying to them, well, all you got to do is just don't drink so much. What's the matter? You're so weak-willed you can't push the bottle aside? The truth is, yes. My willpower's got nothing to do with it. I may have a tons of willpower in every other department of my life, but when it comes to that drink, I have none. Now the newcomer is going to recognize themselves in that. Don't at this stage refer this book unless he's seen it and wishes to discuss it. And be careful not to brand him as an alcoholic. Let him draw his own conclusion. That's another thing that this book does. You see, what it's saying to us here is, if he's in full-blown denial and we start attacking him on the basis, well, you're an alcoholic, what's the matter with you? You wouldn't be here if you weren't. All it does is kick in that denial big time. You want to talk about rejection, rejection sets in right then. It's exactly the same thing that happened. We go up to somebody who has not invited us to do so and we make them wrong. We walk up and say, I was listening to what you said and you couldn't be more wrong. Let me tell you what you said that was wrong, and let me tell you what the right... Well, about this time, the wall has come down, it's 99 feet high. You're not getting through that wall. They're not listening. If you kidded yourself that your motive in making them wrong was to help them, when in fact, of course, you just wanted to prove how smart you were. There's no way in the world you're going to help. So we wait until we have permission. And that's what's happening here, you see. We're letting this person kind of marinate with this stuff because we want his or her permission to go forward. And 4 times in this chapter it tells us the same thing. If he's still interested, if he wants to hear more, you see. Recognizing that we have to have that state of mind, that permission, in order to be able to be effective. Let him draw his own conclusions. If he sticks the idea he can still control his drinking, tell him he possibly can if he's not too alcoholic. But insist that if he is severely afflicted, there may be little chance he can recover by himself. A lot of us have experienced that, you know, and if we have, this is a good time to throw our own experience in the mix and say, yeah, I used to think that too. And I tried over and over and over again to find some way to drink like a gentleman. I was never able to do it. I always kidded myself that I could control and enjoy my drinking. This is the obsession of every abnormal drinker, and perhaps if you think it through, you may find that this is true of you as well. But never are we sitting here judging him or her, or making him or her wrong. Remember, we're dealing with a very, very, very sick person. We've got a God-given opportunity here to be of maximum help to them. So we need to know what we're doing, and we need to have thought this through, and we need to have taken this chapter and read it until we understand what it's saying to us. Continue to speak of alcoholism as an illness, a fatal malady. Talk about the conditions of body and mind which accompany it. Keep his attention focused mainly on your personal experience. Explain that many are doomed who never realize their predicament. Doctors are rightly loath to tell alcoholic patients the whole story unless it will serve some good purpose. But you may talk to him about the hopelessness of alcoholism because you offer a solution. Big difference. Think of the doctor who's sitting there knowing that they're looking right in the eyes of a doomed alcoholic that they can't help. What a dilemma, huh? What a perfect demonstration of frustration and powerlessness on the part of the doctor. And yet, not so with us. We amateurs have a solution. And it's not academic. This is the beautiful thing. You don't go to school to learn. Well, you go to school, but it's not an academic school. It is a miserable, rotten school called hell on earth. And we've been there. We've been there. We've learned these lessons. We know whereof we speak. And this shines through when we speak because we're telling the truth from our own experience. Nothing philosophical, nothing but the truth. We're not making anything up. This is what happened. Notice here something that's going on, because this is historical. See, when Dr. Silkworth got hold of Bill at the end of the first 6 months, and Bill hadn't gotten anybody sober at all, nobody had gotten sober through his tender ministrations, even though he'd taken them home, he had fed them, he'd given them money, sleep there, and all this stuff, and nobody got sober. Silkworth said, Bill, you're going to have to do something which I learned from you. Oh, what was that? Well, he said, now you remember the second time you were here in my hospital and I was releasing you that day, and I told you and Lois that you were a chronic, hopeless, helpless alcoholic. I could do nothing to help you, and that if you did not stop drinking, you would die within a year. He said, I hit you with a sledgehammer, and you're going to have to do the same thing with these new people you're talking to. You're going to have to get after them with the sledgehammer. They're going to have to know that they're dealing with a disease which is fatal and is incurable and it is progressive. And that there's no escape from it. It's something they have, and there's no way that anybody can get them out of it. That the solution is remission of the symptoms of the disease. The disease doesn't go away. Boy, how well we know that. We're sitting around here in these rooms and watch people disappear all the time. A week ago, they were telling us how well they were and how everything was going great. And all of a sudden, boom, they're gone. Some of them we never see again. Well, it's awfully easy to come in here. If you learn the lingo, you know, you can come in here and you can sound awfully good. And that's a shame in one way, because it means that we don't have to work very hard at recovery to have everybody thinking we've recovered. And the truth is we haven't. We're walking around with untreated alcoholism, but we're doing it with a smile on our face. And we lose them all the time. Explain that many are doomed to never realize their predicament. Doctors are rightly loath to tell alcoholic patients the whole story unless they can serve some good purpose. You may talk to him about the hopelessness of alcoholism because you offer a solution. You will soon have your friend admitting he has many, if not all, of the traits of the alcoholic. If his own doctor is willing to tell him he's an alcoholic, so much the better. Even though your protege, isn't that a much nicer word? Why don't we all just give up this sponsory stuff? Let's start calling all those little devils proteges. I am a spiritual advisor with many proteges. Oh yeah, but are you an alcoholic? Well, I am a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. You mean you're not willing to admit you're an alcoholic? I'm a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. How can you say that? Big Book says I can say it. Anyway, we have this protege now. Even though your protege may not entirely admit his condition, he has become very curious. There's a good word. Curious to know how you got well. I mean, here it is. And this is, remember, it takes us right back to Bill and Abby, because Abby's sitting across the kitchen table from Bill, and Bill knows he's a hopeless, helpless drunk, and Bill's been on benches with him for 20 years, and Bill knew that Abby was about to be committed for alcoholism forever. They were going to get rid of him, warehouse him someplace. And here he is, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, big smile on his face. And Bill said, how in the heck did this happen? This guy's a worse drunk than me. And here I am sitting here half snockered, wondering if I got enough gin to last through the night. And he said, now tell him he's been sober for 2 months. Well, this guy never was sober for 2 minutes since I've known him. And then he said, hey, how did you do it, man? I got religion. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, there we go. I'm going to get the sermon now. You're going to pull out the Holy Book and give it to me both barrels. But then Bill says, but he did no preaching. Simply told me about this simple program that he had been working. And asked me if I would like to have the same sobriety he had. And Bill says in his story, would I have it? Of course I would. Wonderful stuff. And this is what we bring to the newcomer. Let him ask you how you got well, if you will. Tell him exactly what happened to you. Now let's see what's happened here. We've gone through 3 stages of our initial meeting with the newcomer. First of all, we found out as much as we could about him. Secondly, we told him about ourselves and how we drank and how alcohol affected us and how we tried to stop and couldn't. And third, we told him about the disease that he has if he's an alcoholic like we are. Deadly, incurable, progressive illness. So we've gone through these 3 stages, all outlined here in this book. Now then, he's asked, in effect, you're just like me. I've already admitted I have all the same symptoms, and you just got through telling me that I can't stop drinking. Is there a solution? There must be. Look at you. You're sober. You've been sober for a long time, I guess. Now that's the question we've been waiting for. Tell him exactly what happened to you. You notice that's in that little squiggly writing. Every time Bill indulges in squiggly writing, that means what happened was he underlined that when he wrote it out. So now we got italics. Italics, of course, mean emphasis. Tell him exactly what happened to you. Look at this next sentence. Now, isn't this something? This is the first meeting with this sick, sore, and wounded newcomer. And common wisdom around the rooms these days is, oh, don't say anything about God to a newcomer. You got to probably wait a year or so. You'll scare them off otherwise. What's it say? This can't be true. Stress the spiritual feature freely. Well, now let's stop and think about this for a minute, shall we? If I'm going to tell you how I got sober, and I'm going to leave God or a higher power out of it, haven't I just gone through a gigantic dishonesty? How can I tell you how I recovered if I leave God out of the equation? I can't. What am I going to say? Well, I went down to the ABC treatment center, and they fed me a bunch of pills. They put me through 16 psychological tests. They had me write out the answers to 695 questions. It only took 6 months. They had me locked up for the first 3 months. I learned the lingo from the facilitator, and I had this counselor who was a wonderful person. And then I've been going back for outpatient treatment for the last 3 years. Oh, but is that how you recovered? Oh, well, no, not really. Until I found God, nothing happened. That's the truth. So if I'm going to tell you about how I recovered, you better believe I'm going to tell you about God. What's the Big Book say? We went over this a few months ago. Clear back there in chapter 4. Remember? Remember it told us that lack of power, that was our dilemma? That we had to find a power greater than ourselves? Where and how are we to find this power? Well, it said that's what this book's all about. Its real purpose is to enable you and me to find a power greater than ourselves which will solve our problem. And this means we're going to talk about God. No weasel words there, no waffling around there, no out clauses there. No, that's how the cow ate the cabbage. We're going to talk about God. And if you don't like it, here's a whole chapter called Chapter the Agnostic. Read this chapter and you'll come out the other end convinced. Sort of. Or if you're not, we'll have to see if we can work on you a little bit more. But listen to this now. Tell them exactly what happened. You stress the spiritual feature clearly. If the man be agnostic or atheist, make it emphatic that he does not have to agree with your conception of God. He can choose any conception he likes, provided it makes sense to him. Okay, now that takes us back to Bill's story, doesn't it? Remember what happened with Bill. He's sitting there with Debbie, and Bill is an agnostic, or maybe a semi-atheist, if there is such a thing. Bill he thinks there might be something out there that put all this together, but he can't believe that this God would have anything to do with him personally. I mean, how can you conceptualize something like that? And so he's arguing with Abby about all this, and Abby says, "Look, Bill, let me tell you something. You don't have to accept any conception of God that I have. You just form your own conception, whatever it may be. However weak-kneed it might be, it's going to have to do for a start. You may choose your own conception of God." And Bill says in his story that this opened up the whole floodgates for him. Everything started to change from that point. And then Abby went on to tell him this. This is all right in Bill's story. The main thing is that he be willing to believe in a power greater than himself and that he live by spiritual principles. Now this business of being willing to believe is stated first in Bill's story, then 4 times in chapter 4. That the only thing that's required is the willingness to believe that there just might be a power out there greater than ourselves. That everything we need can start right from that point. And so when you're working with somebody new, you say, well, but how do I get this willingness? And you say, well, that's kind of a neat little trick to that. See, because you're going to pray for willingness. To whom? Well, that's right. To whom it may concern would be just fine. Or to God if you exist would be just fine. As Bill said, and it's reported and as Bill sees it, so I learned I had to pray just as if there were a God. And then when the miracles started coming and I could no longer deny that they came from a power greater than myself, that's when faith came, and he said faith was the greatest gift of all. So what we learn is when we're working with new people and they're having difficulty with God, and we just tell them, look, all you need is the willingness to believe. Just that open-mindedness is all it takes. If you don't have it, ask God for it, he'll give it to you. And then sometimes they're real stubborn, so we write out the prayer for them and say, hey dummy, use this prayer. Give it a shot. What can you lose? If you're right and it won't work, so what? You've lost nothing. But if it does work, think what you've gained. And Bill wrote a whole paragraph on this business of how we approach somebody who doesn't want to start praying. And it's beautiful because he shows us that if we can just get them to start, then all of a sudden things start to happen and happen and happen, and pretty soon prayer becomes a part of their life too. Okay, that's going to be it for tonight. This group doesn't move very fast when it comes to the big book. We're sort of moseying through it, taking our time, trying to learn it as we go. So we have already been looking at the way we work with a newcomer. And we learned that in working with somebody who's brand new, we need to follow the path that was laid down by the original members. Found out as they went along through trial and error what they needed to do in order to be able to be most effective with a new person. And what they found was that they had to establish their bona fides. They had to establish that they were credible, that they knew what they were talking about, that they had in fact been there in the place where this newcomer is just coming from, and that they are not there to preach, that they're not there to gain any personal advantage, but they're there only to be helpful. And so we start out by telling our own story, how we drank, what happened to us when we drank, how we tried to stop and how we could not. And we talk about what alcohol did to us, how it affected us. And hopefully the new person will begin to say to themselves, yes, 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 that sounds just like me. I know what you're talking about. I know how that feels. I've been there. If they're interested, then we tell them about the disease of alcoholism. And it's really important that we be well up and well studied on the doctor's opinion and have a good understanding of how that works, what the disease is. It's real important at that point that the newcomer be made to understand that they have an incurable and invariably fatal disease, that unless they stop drinking they will die from it, and that they are not able to stop drinking on their own, that they're powerless over alcohol, that this is the nature of the disease. And then finally, after having gone through that, if they are still interested, we get down to the bottom of page 92, the last partial sentence at the bottom of the page. Notice the word here, even though your protege, today we call them sponsees, pigeons, or babies, then they called them proteges, may not have entirely admitted his condition, he has become very curious to know how you got well. Okay, so now we've reached a point where, having told them how we drank and told them about the disease, they're still interested, and so now we're going to tell them how we recovered. He's become very curious to know how you got well, and of course this would be natural, wouldn't it? He's sitting there, he or she is down in the dumps, scared, shaky, feeling hopeless, feeling totally beat up, having been really put through the ringer, having gone through hell, and you're sitting across the table from him or her, and you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you just got through telling him how you went through all the same stuff, but looking at you, he finds it hard to believe that that was really what happened. He wants to know how you did it. Let him ask you that question if he will. And then, in italics, and whenever we see the italics, remember that's emphasis, tell him exactly what happened to you. Now this is precisely, of course, what we find when we read the beginning of the Big Book, because it's telling us there that they're going to explain to us in this book precisely how they recovered, and this is telling you the same thing here. If you're going to be helpful to this new person, tell them exactly what happened. You tell them exactly how you recovered. Stress the spiritual feature freely. Holy cow. How many times do we hear it bandied about the room? Somebody's bound to get up at the podium every once in a while and say, well, if I heard about that God stuff, I would have left. I would have gone right out the door. I couldn't even handle that till I'd been around here about 5 years. Well, maybe that's true. I guess we can accept that that's true. The problem there is very significant, very severe problem. If I'm going to tell you how I recovered, if I'm going to recount for you the steps I took to recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, and I leave out God and the Big Book and the steps and all the God stuff, I'd be lying to you, wouldn't I? How am I going to tell you that I recovered without the help of a higher power? Am I going to tell you that this all came about because I had this wonderful facilitator in my treatment center who called me on my shit and made me understand that I was entitled to my feelings, and that if I had any secrets, I would be sick, and on and on and on. And also, there's always a director there with a medical degree who's going to pump me full of all sorts of medication. Am I going to tell this newcomer how that's how I got sober? Well, maybe some of you believe that that's what it was. I don't think so. You wouldn't be here with a Big Book study meeting if that's what you believe. But it's all over the place out there and throughout the fellowship now. If I'm going to tell you how I got sober, I'm going to tell you the truth. And the truth is going to be told to you the first time I have a chance to tell it. And that's what the Big Book tells me to do. In our workshop this afternoon, we looked at the antecedents of this particular fact. Going back into Bill's story, we discovered that on that first night, when his friend Ebby came to visit him, and Bill said, you know, how come you're not drinking? And Ebby said, I got religion. And Bill thought he was going to get a sermon right there, but he didn't, because Ebby just sat there and told him very calmly that he had found this higher power, which solved his problem. And very shortly thereafter, he was able to continue his 12-step work with Bill. Oh, at that time it wasn't what they called it, but turned out to be what we now call 12-step work. He showed Bill how to work his first step. He showed him how to work his second step. He said to Bill, look, don't worry about my God. You find a God of your own understanding, a higher power of your understanding. That's all that's necessary. And then all you need to do is become willing to believe that there just might be a power out there greater than yourself. That's all that's required to get started. And help Bill work his second step that way. Now, all this stuff was going on right at the beginning. Now, Dr. Bob was a little bit more insistent than that, and Dr. Bob probably worked with more alcoholics than anybody in history. Some people say he'd worked as many as 5,000. And remember, he died in 1950, so he really, really, really put a lot of effort in. And he had people up in his study. They wandered into a meeting. He'd have them up in his study on their knees the first night, have them praying. Because he believed. He was a believer. He knew from his own experience that the only thing that was going to stand between that new person and alcohol ultimately is going to be a loving God. And so we stress the spiritual freely. We tell them how we recovered. Think about it for a second. How do you go about talking about the 12 steps and leave God out of the equation? God's right there in the second step, in the third step, comes in the fourth step, again in the fifth step, sixth step, seventh step, 10th step, 11th steps, all over the place. There isn't any way in the world that we're going to be able to discuss the steps without mentioning the fact that these steps are spiritual principles and that we surrender to a higher power in order to work the steps. If the guy is going to, or gal is going to read the book, they're going to find God right up front all the way through. The Big Book tells us, as a matter of fact, when we get to the 4th chapter, remember what it said? That this means we're going to talk about God. And that here the person with atheist or agnostic temperament is going to have trouble. But then it spends a whole chapter telling them how to reconcile their differences. The atheist or the agnostic who sticks around here will always tell you that they've got a better self. They've found a better self deep down within. And I've always been convinced that what they're describing is what we describe as God's Spirit. They just call it the better self. They're finding this in exactly the same place we do, deep down within ourselves. So anyway, the big book is quite explicit here, isn't it? That at this very first meeting, we're going to stress the spiritual feature freely. If the man be agnostic or atheist, make it emphatic that he does not have to agree with your conception of God. This is exactly what Ebby did with Bill, and it's been the rule ever since in working with new people. He can choose any conception he likes, provided it makes sense to him. The main thing is that he be willing to believe in a power greater than himself and that he live by spiritual principles. Well, now this being willing to believe in a power greater than himself may not be that simple. And yet, we have a simple solution for it, don't we? If at this time of this first meeting, the person raises this issue with you, tell them, look, it's easy to get willing. All you got to do is ask for the willingness. Well, who do I ask? Well, ask God if you're there. Even if you have to pray to whom it may concern. You're going to ask, because if you ask, it will come. The willingness will come. And it's only necessary. You know, when we went through chapter 4, you remember 4 or 5 different times it told us exactly the same thing. All it takes to get started in here is the willingness to believe. And it's saying it again now. The main thing is that he be willing to believe in a power greater than himself and be willing to live his life by spiritual principles. Now, there's one thing that's pretty clear here, that we're talking to somebody who has reached a bitter end. When we are trying to 12-step somebody who has not reached the bitter end, who has not yet come to a place where they are completely whipped, where they're feeling totally hopeless, we may have a great deal of difficulty with this. Nevertheless, there's every reason to be hopeful with people like that. Not often, but every once in a while, one of these folks who doesn't really need to be here will see that the 12 steps are for them too, and they'll want them. And remember, our big book admonishes us that we are to do God's work. We're to carry his message to others. We're to be a maximum service to him and to other people. So we just carry the message. That's what this is telling us. Carry the message. Let God have the result. Boy, does that take all the pressure out of doing 12-step work. You know, if you got somebody brand new sitting around, and up until now you wondered, what in the heck am I supposed to do with them? How do I approach them? What do I say? And you've had some terrible role models all along the way, because there are people who are constantly preaching things like, tell them you didn't come off the street there thinking this was a bingo game, did you? Or, you know, sit down, shut up, go to meetings for 90 days, take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth, and you haven't got anything to say that we want to hear, on and on and on, same old stuff. Gang up on them, put 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 old-timers on every newcomer and overwhelm them with your power and the glory of your spirituality. That isn't at all what this says, is it? This is one-on-one. That's the way this program started, and that's the way it still is. Done properly, one-on-one. A mob scene just doesn't cut it. We'll find a little bit later in this chapter that the big book makes it even more explicit than that. It says, both you and the new man, 2 of you, must walk day by day in the path of spiritual progress. 2 people growing spiritually. Okay, let's go back again to the basics, to the antecedents of what we just read here. We go back to Bill's story again, because everything starts there, doesn't it? In Bill's story, he came to understand that it was going to be necessary for him to carry this message, to go out to the alcoholics who still suffered and try to give back to them what he'd been so freely given. He was inspired to believe that, and his friend Ebby said, "Yes, Bill, faith without works is dead." And Bill came to understand that if he failed to do this, if he failed to enlarge and perfect his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he couldn't survive. So he set out on a course of doing that, and he never wavered from that. He was doing that until the day he died. He was still talking program on his deathbed at Miami Heart Institute. Because he was so thoroughly imbued with the idea that he had been saved from the horrible death of alcohol, which he was very near by the time he quit drinking. And that he owed back to God the things that he could do, and he never forgot that. And in the process of doing that, Bill had an incredible life. He went through some very bad times, but he had an incredible life. He was probably the man of the century, and he never was even man of the year. But if you stop and think about it, what Bill put together with a little help from his friends is changing the world. There are 5 or 6 million of us right now, and the 12-step groups are growing exponentially. It's an explosion. If you live in California and you don't belong to a 12-step group, you don't even get invited to parties anymore. Doesn't matter how much money you got, you're off the A list. You won't have anything to talk about. Well, it's a little different here in Florida, but not a whole lot. And so, when we look at this then, we look at the history, we look at the genesis of this, we see how it developed, and then we have a clue as to how we ought to approach it and what our attitude ought to be toward it. If we see somebody new in a meeting, we have a responsibility, each and every one of us, to go to that person and say, "What can I do to help you?" And if there's somebody else there, we say hello, shake their hands, and go on. We don't gang up on them. We don't let somebody come in here ever sick, sore, and wounded, shaky, smelly, dirty, maybe vomiting on their shoes. Most people just walk around them, a big circle around them. Let somebody else handle that. When we do that, we're missing one of the finest opportunities God ever laid in our laps for our own spiritual growth. The 12th step is a magnificent gift, isn't it? Because we're granted the gift of the power to be helpful to other people, and we're going to have the opportunity to do so, and we need to grab those opportunities when they come up. Going on page 93 now. When dealing with such a person, it's talking about someone who has difficulty. Is this thing coming through? Okay. Well, there's difficulty with the God idea. When dealing with such a person, you'd better use everyday language to describe spiritual principles. There's no use arousing any prejudice he may have against certain theological terms and conceptions about which he may already be confused. Don't raise such issues, no matter what your convictions are. And Bill ought to have paid attention to that imprimatur when he wrote the 12 and 12. If he had done so, he'd have kept all the Catholic stuff out of there. But unfortunately, at that time, he wasn't thinking clearly, and Father Ed was there pulling all his strings. But you can see how important this is, that we're not going to be sitting here pushing any kind of religious connotations, any religious convictions, anything that comes from any sect or any religion whatsoever. We're talking about principles, and we call those principles spiritual because we believe, or we come to believe, that they are God-given. that they are eternal, that they've been around forever and they will be around forever whether we're here or not. This is the bottom line stuff. This is down where it truly lives. And so when we are talking about spiritual matters, we certainly express ourselves as to our own experience, and we certainly express ourselves in terms of the steps themselves, that these steps are in fact spiritual principles which if incorporated in a person's life, change their life totally, and enable them not only to overcome the disease of alcoholism with God's help, but to have a life beyond their most wild dreams and imaginations. And so we stay away from theological terms. We talk in general terms. Spiritual principles is that kind of a term. It is generic in every sense of the word, and it cuts across all religions and all philosophies. In one sense or another, everybody understands that that goes beyond human rules and regulations and human constructs. It has to do with the principles mandated and enunciated by a higher power, by a deity. Don't raise such issues no matter what your own convictions are. Your prospect may belong to a religious denomination. His religious education and training may be far superior to yours. In that case, he's going to wonder how you can add anything to what he already knows. Now this paragraph, Bill wrote about this one time. He struggled over this paragraph because he was going to say some things here which he was afraid would be very off-putting for clergy and ecclesiastics. And in one sense, it was depending upon them to be a fertile source of new people, of the growth of the fellowship. But nevertheless, he had to write from his own knowledge and experience and his own convictions here. In that case, he's going to wonder how you can add anything to what he already knows, but he will be curious to learn why his own convictions have not worked and why yours seem to work so well. He may be an example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish, constructive action. That's what it means precisely when we say that faith without works is dead. Faith as a state of mind has no power whatsoever. The only faith that works is the faith that we work with, that we actually use. And usually if we want to talk about faith in action, then we talk about trusting God, actively trusting God. Taking the actions that we need to take with the trust that God will be there for us. If a door opens with an opportunity, we have no fear of going through that door, because we know that if it doesn't work out, we can turn around, come back out, and try the next door. We know that we have nothing to fear so long as we stay in a state of surrender. He may be an example of the truth that faith alone is insufficient. To be vital, you want to mark this in your book, to be vital, faith must be accompanied by self-sacrifice and unselfish, constructive action. Again, remember what Bill wrote back in his story. We read that when we first got started here. Let's repeat it. The alcoholic fails to enlarge and perfect his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others. He can't survive. And here we have it again. When you look, for example, at the 12th tradition, the 12th tradition is based on self-sacrifice, not on the fear of discovery, not as we say around these rooms all the time. It's got nothing to do with being afraid that somebody might find out we're a boozer. It has to do with not using our last name because it would be our natural tendency to do so, to want to brag a little, to want to have some fame and glory about being this wonderful person who has stopped drinking and is now doing all the right things. And so we don't use our last names in public. And it's the spirit of self-sacrifice and humility which drives that particular tradition. You may not have known that, but if you pick up your language of the heart and read it, you'll find that it's explained in detail in there. Now it goes on to say this: let him see that you are not there to instruct him in religion. Admit that he probably knows more about it than you do, but call to his attention the fact that however deep his faith and knowledge, he could not have applied it or he would not drink. See what I said when Bill was a little dicey about writing this, and yet this is what he believed and this is what he had seen. Perhaps your story will help him see where he's failed to practice the very precepts he knows so well. Now, why should that be so? You know, and why is it that, and Bill's right about this, if you have had any contact at all with church programs that are designed to get alcoholics and addicts cleaned up, you find it, for the most part, they're ineffective. People will do fine for a while, but they can't stay fine. Sometimes it doesn't really work at all. And yet, everything that is being taught in that church would seem to indicate that having once given himself or herself over to whatever that particular belief system would be in that church, that would be sufficient. Whatever difficulty the person had would be straightened out on the spot, or certainly over some reasonable period of time, but it isn't. Well, and then you wonder why. I had a minister wonder why, and I invited him to come to our meetings. Bonnie remembers. We had meetings and we had the minister there, and we had a language of the heart meeting. And he came with his junior minister every Wednesday night. And as he gradually came to understand what was going on, he realized something. And one day he came to me and he said, "Jim, would you please put together the 12 steps for me so that I can take them to my congregation?" He said, "They have to be backed up with scripture. I won't be able to use them. The board will not allow it." So I did that. I researched the Bible until I found the scriptures that backed up the steps. And then wrote the 12 steps for Christians, and then backed them up with scripture. And this was given over to Pastor Tim, and he started to use these in his church. And lo and behold, people started getting sober and staying sober. And suddenly I got a call one day, and he said, "I have the head of all Baptist missions for the whole world in town, and he wants to meet with you." And we had a lovely conversation for 3 hours. The upshot of all this was that we came to an agreement. I'll just pass this along to you. It's not in the book. It's what I believe to be true. That the 12 steps are the same spiritual principles that are taught in every church and believed in wholeheartedly, and have been forever, as far back as you can trace. But nowhere, at no time until 1939 were these spiritual principles ever put into steps of action. Specific things to do every day. Little bits and pieces here and there. But the whole package put into 12 steps. Which means that when we take those 12 steps and actually do the work of the steps, and we do it every day, we incorporate those great spiritual principles into our very lives. They become the way we live our lives. And Bill stated it best in the Big Book, where he said, the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. And no more do people have to leave church shaking their head and saying, "That's wonderful, wonderful. What the preacher said, he's absolutely right. That's the way I need to live my life. But how do I do it?" If you stop and think about it, for example, the idea of the fifth step's been around forever. Confess your faults one to another. How many places do you find that actually being practiced on a daily basis? Look at our 10th step. The 10th step requires that of us, and the 11th step as well. Whenever these things crop up, we talk to somebody about them. You see, what's happened here is that these spiritual principles now have life, they have structure, they have action. Faith without works is dead. And when we take these spiritual principles, put them into action by way of working the 12 steps, our whole life changes. And it gets to stay changed from there on, if we're willing to continue to do it. So when we're talking here to a person who has deep religious convictions, we need to stress to them, not that there's anything at all wrong with what they believe or the practices which they have been taught, but only that we have found a way through the 12 steps to incorporate these principles they deeply hold dear into their lives by way of action, and that they will benefit from them the same as we have. And that takes away any sting of criticism of the church or the sect or the denomination. We're not going to do that. And we're not pushing any particular idea here. We're talking entirely about universal spiritual principles restated as steps of action. Okay guys, let's get going. Alright guys, let's get going. Settle down. Please settle down, take your seats. Back on page 93, please. So we have learned then that we need to tread a little lightly with somebody who has strong religious convictions. And yet we need to carry a message to that person that we have a way of recovery here which will work for them and will not in any way disturb their own particular religious concept. Going down the bottom of page 93, we represent no particular faith or denomination. We are dealing only with general principles common to most denominations. Now, this creates a dilemma for some of us, including me, because some of our literature refers to, for example, the defects of character as being 7 deadly sins, and we don't deal with sin here, deadly or otherwise. This may be a wonderful and quite appropriate and quite proper study and concern of people for whom sin is an integral part of their religious practice. One of the basic tenets of this program is that we leave the judgments up to God. Now that is not universally true of each of us. Many of us go around judging everybody in sight. Some call it taking inventory. When that's a shame when we do that, we've got enough troubles of our own. Just to take care of ourselves would be a massive undertaking. A lifetime undertaking, as a matter of fact, but one of the ways we avoid being self-aware and dealing with ourselves is to decide to become critical of others and decide how they ought to be. What's wrong with them? And then we delight in going to them and telling them so. Especially if they're weaker than we are, haven't been around as long. Every day, I sponsor a lot of people, and every day I hear horror stories like that. Somebody has decided they want to take a particular course of action, and there are always 4 or 5 well-meaning, bright-eyed friends out there that will tell them they're full of crap. That they're running, or they're this, or they're that. You know, you got to call your sponsor. So they call me, and I say to them the same thing I said yesterday. Trust your instincts. Do the next right thing. Leave the results up to God. And other people and their opinions are irrelevant. The only thing we have to concern ourselves with, guys, is our relationship with God. Keep that right. Do the next right thing as you see it to be. If you're jammed up over it, stop, pray, meditate, ask God what He wants you to do, follow directions. That's all we got to do. It's so bloody simple. When people decide they're going to tell me what I'm supposed to be doing, I ask them politely if I gave them permission to do so. Now there are some people, dear friends of mine, who have that permission. Until they begin to abuse it by sticking pins in me. At which point I might have to get just a little bit surly. But seriously, we have a large enough difficulty and a large enough problem just taking care of the things that we must do to stay on a spiritual path and to grow spiritually and to do God's work, because that's why we're here. We pay attention to that. We don't have a whole lot of time to worry about other people. And we certainly don't have any time to run around judging their morals, judging them in any sense, one way or another. It's none of our damn business. On page 94, outline the program of action explaining how you made a self-appraisal, how you straightened out your past, and why you are now endeavoring to be helpful to Him. In other words, you see, this is a continuation of what we read at the beginning of last hour. And we are now telling them how we recovered. We are now telling him or her about the program, the 12-step program. Now, at this juncture, guys, it's really, really important for us to understand that in Alcoholics Anonymous we have only one program of recovery. It's called 12 Steps. That's all we have. Everything else is on the periphery. And in some cases it even helps to support the 12 steps and 12-step work. And there are all kinds of wonderful and good and fun things to do around AA. But those things are utterly useless as far as recovery from alcoholism is concerned if we're not working the steps. And so when we're talking to a newcomer, we explain how we made a self-appraisal, our 4th step, how we straightened out our past, the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th steps, and why we're now endeavoring to be helpful to him, the 12th step. It is important for him to realize that your attempt to pass this on to him plays a vital part in your own recovery. Actually, he may be helping you more than you're helping him. That's a great big fat amen. Because there's so many people out there that are not ready. But every time we try to help them, we increase our spiritual fitness. Whether we are able to see any results or not, and I'm always hearing people saying, oh, I'm so frustrated. My sponsees are this, my sponsees are that. They won't do this, they won't do that. And I always say to them, so what? Did you carry the message? Yeah. Well, who is in charge here? To whom do we consign the result of your carrying the message? Oh, to God. Oh, okay. So we'll just keep carrying the message, let Him have the results, and then you won't be frustrated. There are plenty of people who aren't going to listen, or if they'll only listen part of the way, they'll go outside and have their meeting out here with the rest of the half measures group. There's not a thing in the world we can do about that, and we might like to. We may have all kinds of wonderful feelings for them about how we would love to see them recover. We'd love to be helpful to them in some way or another. But the results are in God's hands, just like everything else in our life. If we take the 12-step work we do and fit it right into the same pattern, then we got it right. Every day we get up, we do what's in front of us to be done, we do what's on our plate to be done. We do the next right thing as we believe it to be. We leave the results up to God. At the end of the day, we look back, and then it doesn't matter what the results were, because they're His results, not ours. If we can see that, in fact, we did our very best that day to do what was in front of us to be done, not to hurt another person, to do the next right thing, then we know that we've had a successful day, because that's all that we can do. We cannot force results anymore. We never were able to in the past, even though we thought we could do it and get away with it. That's what it meant when we took the third step prayer. That's what it meant when we were looking at the third step and we saw that we tried to play God and it didn't work. That all of our problems relate back to the actions we've taken based upon self. And trying to be the be-all and end-all of life. It never worked. And so it's important for him to realize that your attempt to pass this on to him plays a vital part in your own recovery. Actually, he may be helping you more than you're helping him. Make it plain he is under no obligation to you. That you hope only that he will try to help other alcoholics when he escapes his own difficulties. Suggest how important it is that he place the welfare of other people ahead of his own. Well, that's new. That's a whole different idea, isn't it? Make it clear that he's not under pressure, that he needn't see you again if he doesn't want to. Or what's the modern version of that? Call me every day or I'll fire you. The legitimate question there is, who in the hell hired you? These allusions to the human solution are always humorous. You should not be offended if he wants to call it off, for he's helped you more than you've helped him. If your talk has been sane, quiet, and full of human understanding, you've perhaps made a friend. Maybe you have disturbed him about the question of alcoholism. This is all to the good. Here we go now. The more hopeless he feels, the better. You'll be more likely to follow your suggestions. Oh, but wait a second. Modern AA says, oh, but we have to feel good. The mark of good sponsorship is the sponsor who helps her or his sponsees feel good. We don't want them to hurt or to think that they're bad. We want them to think that they're just sick. The more this newcomer realizes the hopelessness of his or her situation, the closer he is to the possibility of recovery. Because that's what has to happen with us. one of the major hallmarks of the disease of alcoholism is denial. This is a powerful, powerful thing, because what it means is that there's this major block between us and reality. The reality of the disease and the ravages of the disease. It is the only incurable, deadly disease that I know of that denies its own existence. We used to call alcoholism a disease of denial. And so whatever it is that nudges the person closer and closer to acceptance of the realities of his or her alcoholism and his or her life, the better. It's just like when we try to practice, as some do, this idea that we're not supposed to only write about and talk about our deficiencies, our faults, our defects. We're supposed to also spend a lot of time writing about our good stuff. Doesn't anybody realize that the good stuff is not killing us? It's the bad stuff that's killing us. That's what we got to be rid of. If I'm sponsoring you, I don't want you to feel good. I want you to look very good at what you're doing so that you can recover. I know that down the line, happiness, joyousness, and freedom is yours, and that is your heritage. You want to talk about feel good. When you have a spiritual awakening, you feel good. But you got to work there to get there. So feel good is down the road, but boy is it ever there for those who are willing to do the work. Going on page 94, your candidate may give reasons why he need not follow all of the program. He may rebel at the thought of a drastic house cleaning, which requires discussion with other people. Well, of course. Look, if you told him about that fifth step, you mean he's looking at you and saying, I'm going to have to sit down and tell this joker everything that I have done out there that I haven't told ever anybody about and don't intend to? I don't think so. Do not contradict such views. Tell him you once felt as he does, but you doubt whether you would have made much progress had you not taken action. This is still now on your first visit. Tell him about the Fellowship of Alcoholics Anonymous. If he shows interest, lend him your copy of this book. Unless your friend wants to talk further about himself, do not wear out your welcome. Give him a chance to think it over. If you do stay, let him steer the conversation in any direction he likes. Sometimes a new man is anxious to proceed at once, and you may be tempted to let him do so. This is sometimes a mistake. If he has trouble later, he's likely to say you rushed him. Now there's a solution to that, and that's good advice, absolutely good advice. The solution is going to show up in a couple of paragraphs as to how we handle that. You will be most successful with alcoholics if you do not exhibit any passion for crusade or reform. Well, passion, yes. I mean, I can't imagine that we would be anything but passionate about something which has utterly changed our lives, given us the opportunity for rebirth and a whole new way of life. But a passion for crusade or reform is what it's telling us. We're not crusading, we're not reforming, we're simply there to be helpful. And when we talk about ourselves and what's happened with us, put all the passion into it you want, that you feel, because that's very, very powerful stuff. And after all, we're trying here to show this new person that there's something going on here that he or she may want. This is not suggesting that we sit there in this first meeting and speaking in a monotone. We throw ourselves into it. And if you've been to these meetings, you know how passionate I am about this program, and it never goes away. Because I know and I believe, and I can't speak about it any other way. To sit up here and mumble, and well, now let's see, we got a 4-step here, and let's see now. If you got some forms out there, you might want to try those. Joe and Charlie put together a pretty nice form. Would there be anybody here tonight at all? Oh, maybe a few, but just passing time. We usually have coffee and donuts and cake and stuff. I remember when we used to, when Janine started this, she used to bring food, food. Big platters full of sandwiches and stuff. Man, we'd have 150 people here sometimes. But in the second hour, it would dwindle down to the precious few, you know. Never talk down to an alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. Simply lay out the kit of spiritual tools for his inspection. Do you remember where we first heard about this simple kit of spiritual tools? Who remembers? It was in the 2nd chapter, wasn't it? We simply pick up that simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. Do you remember what those spiritual tools are? We talked about that a number of times. Let's go, shall we go over one more time what they are? Okay, we've got 7 of them that we can count. Now the big book doesn't enumerate them, but we just use a little bit of common sense and we can see what they are. The first of the spiritual tools is inventory, the 4th step. The second is admission, which is the 5th step. The third is submission to God, which is the 7th step. The 4th is amends, 9th step. And then in 10, 11, and 12, we have prayer, meditation, and working with others. The simple kit of spiritual tools laid at our feet. Never talk down to an alcoholic from any moral or spiritual hilltop. Simply lay out. Notice who's laying out this kit of spiritual tools is you and me. And this is in our first meeting, guys. We're not saying to them, go to meetings for 90 days and then call me and I'll see whether it's time for you to work your steps or not. You're not ready for your steps yet. Balderdash. Show him how these steps worked for you. You see, we're going through that whole process so that our newcomer can understand that this is what we did, that this was the program of recovery which we followed and which we are offering to him or to her. Offer him friendship and fellowship. Tell him that if he wants to get well, you will do anything to help. If he is not interested in your solution, if he expects you to act only as a banker for his financial difficulties or a nurse for his sprees, you may have to drop him until he changes his mind. This he may do after he gets hurt some more. Now next week when we come back, we're going to start on page 95. Okay, we're going to be starting chapter 8 tonight. This is an incredible chapter, and it's, you know, if you had a $1,000 bill and you wanted to safe keep it, you would just stick it in chapters of wives and nobody'd ever find it. You'd probably forget what it was too. But the chapter to wives is very, very important and contains material that we find nowhere else. Not only do we find nowhere else in the big book, we find nowhere else in AA literature. And we're going to see that as we go along. You know, as we've been working the big book together and reading it and considering it as we go, one of the themes which continues to pulse through all of this has to do with, I guess you would say, first step, but more really the basics. And one of the things that we always have to do when we're in recovery is to remember that we go back to basics to find answers. And the basics of our disease and the basics of our program are really pretty simple, and we need to repeat them to ourselves and keep them in mind. And I wanted to share something with you that Bill wrote, which has to do with his adventure through that first step and finding out what the basics of recovery are. And also, we do a lot of talking around here about how frustrating it must be for those of the medical profession, the psychiatric profession, the counselors, and even the priests, ministers, and rabbis are trying to get us sober. And they seldom have any success at all. Okay, to Wives, chapter 8. With few exceptions, our book thus far has spoken of men. What we have said applies quite as much to women. Our activities in behalf of women who drink are on the increase. There's every evidence that women regain their health as readily as men if they try our suggestions. Well, surprise, surprise. I guess these guys are such chauvinists they were surprised to find that women were human beings too. I'm not sure they're right, but they probably were. For every man who drinks, others are involved. The wife who trembles in fear of the next debauch. Anybody here wonder what a debauch is? Debauchery. You don't often hear that word anymore, do we? That's getting stinking drunk. A next debauch. The mother and father who see their son wasting away. Among us are wives, relatives, and friends whose problem has been solved, as well as some who have not yet found a happy solution. We want the wives of Alcoholics Anonymous to address the wives of men who drink too much. What they say will apply to nearly everyone bound by ties of blood or affection to an alcoholic. As wives of Alcoholics Anonymous, we would like you to feel that we understand as perhaps few can. We want to analyze the mistakes we've made. We want to leave you with the feeling that no situation is too difficult and no unhappiness too great to be overcome. Wow, that's a pretty strong statement, isn't it? You know, one of the main themes of this chapter is as we read it, you need to be aware of what's going on here. Bill's really leading up to this, that you, wife, can have a happy, productive life in spite of the fact that you're married to a damn drunk who is not recovering, and he's always been causing you all kinds of difficulty, and it doesn't need to have to be that way. You can have a reasonably happy life on your own. But when you think about that, think about what's going on here. This dependency which the wives had developed on their alcoholic husbands was that one thing which was causing them most of their pain. And what the chapter advocates is a breaking away from that dependency. And as you will see, the way that that's done primarily is for the wives to work the steps. You say, oh, well, wait a minute. They're not alcoholics. How can they work the steps? They're not alcoholics. Well, that's a very common misunderstanding. Anybody, any human being can work the steps. They're for everybody. They're not just for alcoholics and the occasional drug addict who wanders in here. They're for everybody. Why? Well, it's simple. The 12 steps are great spiritual principles applicable to every human being, restated as steps of action, which means quite simply that if we learn to take that action, we will incorporate those spiritual principles into our very being. They become the way we live our lives. And every human being gains immeasurably from that. I've taken quite a few people through the steps who are not alcoholics. And those who had the courage and the motivation to actually face themselves, as we have to do, have done quite well. It's changed their lives just as it changes our lives. So they got the same problems we have, they just don't drink over it. And so as we read this chapter, we're going to see an appeal to the wives to break loose from this terrible dependency that they've developed on their husbands, and the expectations which they have developed, which are constantly being thwarted and frustrated, and to begin to live their lives standing on their own 2 feet. In effect, it's saying, leave the rascal alone. Let him do whatever the hell he's going to do. You don't have to be sick because he's sick. It's a pretty interesting theory, isn't it? There's nothing in here that is to instruct the wife what she's to do to get this guy sober or to change him, because it's clear that she can't change him. She hasn't got any power to do that any more than he has to do it for himself. So the subject here is her. How do you and the kids survive this illness in your house with a certain amount of grace and happiness? And this chapter is designed to show her exactly how to do that. So we keep that in mind too as we read it. And so he says here, we want to leave you with the feeling that no situation is too difficult and no unhappiness too great to be overcome. We have traveled a rocky road, there is no mistake about that. We've had long rendezvous with hurt, pride, frustration, self-pity, misunderstanding, and fear. These are not pleasant companions. He does not mean there that it's only on the part of the husband who is exhibiting these things, but that they affected the wife as well. She has been caught up in pride, frustration, self-pity, misunderstanding, and fear. We have been driven to maudlin sympathy, to bitter resentment. Some of us have veered from extreme to extreme, ever hoping that one day our loved ones would be themselves once more. Our loyalty and the desire that our husbands hold up their heads and be like other men have begotten all sorts of predicaments. We've been unselfish and self-sacrificing. Oh my. We have told innumerable lies to protect our pride and our husband's reputations. Notice that Bill puts their pride first before the reputation of their husband, and that's true. And he's going right to the heart of motivations here. I'm going to tell the lie because I don't want anybody to know what I'm married to, or how stupid of me to stay with him, or how could I have made such a terrible mistake in the first place. We have prayed, we have begged, we have been patient. We have struck out viciously. We've run away. We've been hysterical. We've been terror-stricken. We've sought sympathy, and we've had retaliatory love affairs with other men. There's some guys, you know, when they read this, they say, I wonder where these wives are. Yeah, this must be one of those fringe benefits of being in the program. I suppose we could start a new fellowship, Retaliators Anonymous. Our homes have been battlegrounds many an evening. In the morning we have kissed and made up. Our friends have counseled chucking them in, and we've done so with finality, only to be back in a little while, hoping, always hoping. Our men have sworn great solemn oaths that they were through drinking forever. We believed them when no one else could or would. Then in days, weeks, or months, a fresh outburst. Why did you go back to that song? But I love him. We seldom had friends at our homes. Never knowing how or when the men of the house would appear, we could make few social engagements. We came to live almost alone. When we were invited out, our husbands sneaked so many drinks that they spoiled the occasion. If on the other hand they took nothing, their self-pity made them killjoys. See what's happening here? In talking to the wives, this chapter is describing their husbands. Why is that so important for us to keep, I keep harping on this? Because this is flat first step material. This is the kind of thing that the newcomer coming in needs to read. Some of you wonder, why does Jim always say you got to read the whole book when you come in new? Well, looky here, this is stuff you don't find anywhere else in this book. It's a description of us. This is the kind of stuff that we begin to identify ourselves with. This is what helps us break down the walls of denial. There was never financial security. Positions were always in jeopardy or gone. The armored car could not have brought the pay envelopes home. The checking account melted like snow in June. Sometimes there were other women. How heartbreaking was this discovery? How cruel to be told they understood our men as we did not. The bill collectors, the sheriffs, the angry taxi drivers, the policemen, the bums, the pals, and even the ladies they sometimes brought home. This institution of marriage was so solidly set in stone that the guys could get away with it. I mean, they were going to have to suffer for it, you know, but at least it wasn't going to break up their home. Because breaking up a home just wasn't done back then. And there were kids, there was a family, there was all the rest of the family, and somehow or another the wives would just muddle through with it, put up with it. Our husbands, let's see, ladies they sometimes brought home, our husbands thought we were so inhospitable. Joy killer, nag, wet blanket, that's what they said. Next day they would be themselves again and we would forgive and try to forget. I wonder what he did with that lady he brought home. We've tried to hold the love of our children for their father. We've told small tots that father was sick, which was much nearer the truth than we realized. They struck the children, kicked out door panels, smashed treasured crockery, and ripped the keys out of pianos. Wow. How many people here, be honest now, who among you has ever ripped the keys out of a piano? How many of you ever had a piano? To rip the keys out. If you did, you ripped the keys out, David? Oh, wow. Can you get the mental image of that? This drunk's kind of stumbling around. Where's that piano? I want to rip the keys out of that sucker. In the midst of such pandemonium, they may have rushed out threatening to live with the other woman forever. In desperation, we've even got tight ourselves. The drunk to end all drunks. The unexpected result was that our husbands seemed to like it. Yeah, maybe she's going to loosen up here a little bit. Hey, Maggie, why don't you just do that every night? Man, I already like this stuff. Come on and join me. I've always wanted to have a wife I could drink with. They liked it. Besides, at this point we got a divorce. Perhaps at this point we got a divorce and took the children home to father and mother. Well, now that's what had to happen back then. But see, these gals, they weren't career women. They had their training was that as soon as you are eligible, you find some guy who'll have you, get married. Then you make the best of it. And if you have to leave them, you go home to mom and dad. And that's got to be a big reason why a lot of them would stick around through no matter what was happening. They sure as hell didn't want to go home to mom and dad, that was a bad place too. Then we were severely criticized by our husband's parents for desertion. See, look at, remember you got married, remember what you said in front of the altar, for better or worse, in sickness and in health, till death do us part. I don't guess you guys do that anymore, do you? No. We were severely criticized by our husband's parents for desertion. Usually we did not leave. We stayed on and on. We finally sought employment ourselves as destitution faced us and our families. You remember Lois, they didn't have any kids, but Lois was working in a department store long before Bill got sober. And she kept on doing that because he didn't turn out to be much of a provider. He was too busy with AA, running around being an AA guru and big shot. And so she kept on working. I don't know when she quit, but it was many years after Bill got sober. And it was pretty much on her income that they subsisted all those years. We began to ask medical advice as the sprees got closer together. The alarming physical and mental symptoms, the deepening pall of remorse, depression, and inferiority that settled down on our loved ones. Now there's a description of us again. Physical and mental symptoms, deepening pall of remorse, depression, and inferiority. These things terrified and distracted us. As animals on a treadmill, we had patiently and wearily climbed, falling back in exhaustion after each futile effort to reach solid ground. Most of us have entered the final stage with its commitment to health resorts, sanitariums, hospitals, and jails. Sometimes there were screaming delirium and insanity. Death was often near. So there's the alcoholic husband, and a perfect description of the alcoholic wife. Alcoholics in general. I work with a lot of alcoholics who will never get married. That's not the way they live their lives. It doesn't matter because the same conditions apply regardless of what kind of relationships we have. And it's interesting, you know, guys, because when we do our 4-step, we're going to be looking in what we call the sex inventory. We're going to be looking at how we related. That's what relationship is. It's a condition within which we relate to each other. How we related to other people. And we find that our relationships, in spite of what may have happened from the other side, our relationships have uniformly been unhealthy, unsuccessful, regardless of whether it was a relationship in love or a relationship in business or family, because we didn't know how to have a relationship. And the more that they failed, the more we drank, and the more we drank, the more they failed. It was a terrible, self-fulfilling circle we were in. And when we do our inventory, we can see that the basic problem always was selfishness and self-centeredness. Living in self, decisions based on self, coupled with dishonesty. We put these two together, selfishness and dishonesty, and what would we find is just a whole series of failed relationships. In these conditions we naturally made mistakes. Some of them arose out of ignorance of alcoholism. Sometimes we sensed dimly that we were dealing with sick men. Had we fully understood the nature of alcoholic illness, we might have behaved differently. And now we begin to see what this chapter is all about, don't we? Because this chapter is now going to set out a task of instructing the wife what's wrong with her husband. What is this thing called alcoholism? And it's going to get very specific about this. The hope is that the wife who reads this book, and especially this chapter, will have such a strong knowledge of the disease that it will in fact change her life, and she will have the opportunity to begin to act and react to the alcoholic in her family with a new outlook, a new understanding of what was really going on there. How could men who love their wives and children be so unthinking, so callous, so cruel? There could be no love in such persons, we thought. And just as we were being convinced of their heartlessness, they would surprise us with fresh resolves and new attentions. For a while they would be their old sweet selves, only to dash the new structure of affection to pieces once more. Asked why they commenced to drink again, they would reply with some silly excuse, or none. Well, you know, guys, the word, the silly excuse is something that applies to every excuse for us. Every excuse for us is a silly excuse. Now the treatment centers would have you think otherwise. They'd like you to think about all these triggers, as if somehow or another that trigger was inevitably would lead to a drink. That's not true. We drink because we are alcoholics and because we are powerless over alcohol. We drink because we are spiritually bankrupt. We drink because we have no higher power between us and booze. That's why we drink. And there is no such thing as a valid excuse for that. We love it when somebody says, well, here's why you drink. We cure this problem here, over here, we get rid of this trigger and you won't drink again. That's balderdash. It's a total nonsense. Doesn't work. Hell's bells, if that worked, wouldn't need any AA, would we? All we'd have to do is find out what made us drink and correct those problems using human solutions, and then we'd be fine. We wouldn't drink again. And that's, of course, the basic theory upon which human solutionists like to operate. That if we can just get enough knowledge about ourselves and, in quotes, why we drink, we'll stop drinking. Never worked before, doesn't work now. Best chances it never will work. Because that's not the problem. We asked why they commenced to drink again. They would reply with some silly excuse or none. It was so baffling, so heartbreaking. Could we have been so mistaken in the men we married? See, there's a lot of the pride mixed up here. There's an awful lot more going on here than simply a reaction to somebody's drinking. When drinking, they were strangers. Sometimes they were so inaccessible it seemed as though a great wall had been built around them. We know what that is. We've done that ourselves. And even if they did not love their families, how could they be so blind about themselves? What had become of their judgment, their common sense, their willpower? Why could they not see that drink meant ruin to them? Why was it when these dangers were pointed out that they agreed and then got drunk again immediately? This is us, this whole paragraph. How could we have been so blind about ourselves? What happened to our judgment, our common sense? What happened to our willpower? Why couldn't we see that drink meant ruin for us? Why was it when these dangers were pointed out that we agreed and then got drunk again immediately? See how perfectly apt this is for a new person? That's a description of powerlessness, isn't it? You can see that he really does love you with his better self. Of course, there is such a thing as incompatibility, but in nearly every instance, the alcoholic only seems to be unloving and inconsiderate. It is usually because he is warped and sickened that he says and does these appalling things. Today, most of our men are better husbands and fathers than ever before. Third line up from the bottom of the page, the problem with which you struggle usually falls into one of 4 categories. kind of like The Price is Right, you know, 4 doors. Behind this door you find husband number 1 and so on. And as a matter of fact, that's kind of the way it's broken down. So let's start out. Here's where it all starts. Your husband may be only a heavy drinker. His drinking may be constant, or it may be heavy only on certain occasions. Perhaps he spends too much money for liquor. It may be slowing him up mentally and physically, but he does not see it. Well, here's a guy that's deeply involved in denial. Sometimes he is a source of embarrassment to you and his friends. He's positive he can handle his liquor, that it does him no harm, that drinking is necessary in his business. He would probably be insulted if he were called an alcoholic. This world is full of people like him. Some will moderate or stop altogether, and some will not. Of those who keep on, a good number will become true alcoholics after a while. 2, your husband is showing a lack of control, where he's unable to stay on the water wagon even when he wants to. He often gets entirely out of hand when drinking. He admits this is true, but is positive that he will do better. Still in denial. He's begun to try, with or without your cooperation, various means of moderating or staying dry. Maybe he's beginning to lose his friends. Your husband, his business may suffer somewhat. He's worried at times and is becoming aware that he cannot drink like other people. He sometimes drinks in the morning and through the day also to hold his nervousness in check. He's remorseful after serious drinking bouts and tells you he wants to stop. But when he gets over the spree, he begins to think once more how he can drink moderately next time. We think this person is in danger. These are the earmarks of a real alcoholic. Perhaps he can still tend to business fairly well. He has by no means ruined everything. As we say among ourselves, he wants to stop. And this person may be a long way from first step. Or it might be right next door. You just don't know. There's so many variations on the theme, but this is a general concept, general idea of what this husband number 2 really looks like. He wants to stop. Then 3. And I suspect that most of us who didn't stop with 2 will recognize ourselves here in 3. This husband has gone much farther than the husband number 2. Though once like number 2, he became worse. His friends have slipped away. His home is a near wreck, and he cannot hold a position. Maybe the doctor's been called in, and the weary round of sanitariums and hospitals has begun. He admits he cannot drink like other people, but does not see why. He clings to the notion that he will yet find a way to do so. He may have come to the point where he desperately wants to stop, but cannot. His case presents additional questions which he will try to answer for you. You can be quite hopeful of a situation like this. Husband number 4. As you could suspect, the progression of the disease has gotten to the end. This is the end play right now. For you may have a husband of whom you completely despair. He's been placed in one institution after another. He is violent or appears definitely insane when drunk. Sometimes he drinks on the way home from the hospital. Perhaps he's had delirium tremens. Doctors may shake their heads and advise you to have him committed. Maybe you've already been obliged to put him away. This picture may not be as dark as it looks. Many of our husbands were just as far gone, yet they got well. That's amazing, isn't it? It's amazing. And it's the truth. A whole lot of the guys who were in the original 100 were pretty much within that category. Think about Bill's story and think about his friend Evie. Let's now go back to husband number one. Oddly enough, he's often difficult to deal with. He enjoys drinking. It stirs his imaginations. His friends feel closer over a highball. Well, you know, that's amazing, isn't it? I remember when I first got sober, I was sure that the people over at La Dolce Vita and up at the Polo Lounge were really missing me. And I felt I really ought to go back and explain to them that I wasn't mad at them or anything, I just had to quit drinking. And I made one trip back to the Polo Lounge, and as I walked in, the bartender knew that I drank Chivas Regal over the rocks, a double shot, just to take the edge off the day. And as I walked up to the bar, he had that sucker sitting right in front of me. I said, whoa, wait a minute. I said hi, I said hi to a couple other people and walked right back out. And I never tried that again. His friends feel closer over a highball. Perhaps you enjoy drinking with him yourself when he doesn't go too far. You passed many happy evenings together, chatting and drinking before your fire. Perhaps you both like parties, which would be dull without liquor. We've enjoyed such evenings ourselves. We had a good time. We know all about liquor as a social lubricant. Some, but not all of us, think it has its advantages when reasonably used. Well, you guys all remember that first time you had a drink, don't you? You know, I think it's quite true that pain, the release from pain, is the most exquisite feeling in the world. And there isn't any doubt that fear is extraordinarily painful. And all of us have lived with it, so we know. Extremely painful. The fear is so contagious and so toxic. And alcohol simply defeated it in almost no time at all. And if you think back, you probably remember that you never ever really recaptured that feeling of that first time. Now, I never took drugs, but I've heard from drug users all the time for years and years that they never really get back the feeling of that first drug either. Keep trying, but never is quite the same. Maybe so, maybe not. But I do know that there's something so absolutely powerful and beguiling about the idea that we can be released from pain of fear and be able to do those things that we wouldn't ordinarily even think of trying. And we want that. We want it, and we want it, and we want it. Going on to the top of page 111, the first principle of success is that you should never be angry. Now, suddenly we're getting into advice to the wife, what she's supposed to do. You should never be angry. Well, boy, if you've had to deal with drunks, and a lot of us have, even after we got sober, there's still drunks around, plenty of them. Some in our own families. You should never be angry? Wow. Even though your husband becomes unbearable, and you have to leave him temporarily, you should, if you can, go without rancor, without anger. Patience and good temper are most necessary. This almost sounds like advice to somebody to do something that's utterly impossible to do, and yet the fact is it's not. We can do it. But the wives found, as we're going to find out a little bit later in this chapter, that they needed to have some tools to use for themselves in order to be able to accomplish that. My next thought is that you should never tell him what he must do about his drinking. If he gets the idea you're a nag or a killjoy, your chance of accomplishing anything useful may be zero. He will use that as an excuse to drink more. He'll tell you he's misunderstood. This may lead to lonely evenings for you. You may seek someone else to console him, not always another man. Well, we would hope not. And so, here again, the natural inclination of anybody, wife or not a wife, is to jump right in and say, okay now, let's get straightened out here. What's the matter with you anyway? You got to stop all this heavy drinking. And yet, it turns out to be exactly the opposite of what we ought to be doing. You got to leave him alone. Don't nag him. Don't yell at him. Don't get mad at him. Let his alcoholism run its course. And this is practical advice from another standpoint. Not only does it save wear and tear on the sober person, but it recognizes something which is quite clear. In a family, we have zero chance of getting anybody sober in the family. They're not going to listen to us. They're going to have help from outside. The best thing we can do is to leave them alone and to show by our own example that sobriety is working for us. Be determined that your husband's drinking is not going to spoil your relations with your children or your friends. They need your companionship and your help. Now here's something that may be very difficult to believe. It is possible to have a full and useful life though your husband continues to drink. We know women who are unafraid, even happy under these conditions. Do not set your heart on reforming your husband. You may be unable to do so no matter how hard you try. We know these suggestions are sometimes difficult to follow, but you will save many a heartbreak if you can succeed in observing them. See, this idea that you can be living with a drunk and still be happy? But you know, that takes a whole change of attitude, doesn't it? I mean, if I'm going to assume that because I'm living with a drunk that I've got to be unhappy, that I got an absolute right to feel sorry for myself, that I can engage constantly in self-pity and I can impose that on all my friends. So that's a very dangerous place for us to be if we're in that situation. The idea that we can be happy means that we have to put aside all those excuses that we have for our own crapped out behavior. We have to put aside all those things which we think ought to afford us much sympathy from everyone else. That we can feel justified in whatever we do because look how miserable that SOB is making me, you know. If you've ever been to an Al-Anon meeting, you hear them sitting around talking about my alcoholic. I hate that, my alcoholic. You own that poor sucker, do you? Most of my daughters are 9th degree black belts in Al-Anon. God, I pity their husbands. And I guess they've been married a long time. They either got them by the short hair somehow or they're actually getting along pretty well. They tell me they are. That's good. The wives found that they had to change their lives too. Now, you guys, I'm sure, will figure, there goes Jim again. He's going to get back on this family hobby horse of his, but I can't help myself. We're missing a huge bit. We are violating the basic precept of Alcoholics Anonymous. And every time we set up meetings as closed meetings, we deny our families the right to be there. We know these suggestions are sometimes difficult to follow, but we'll save many a heartbreak if you can succeed in observing them. Your husband may come to appreciate your reasonableness and patience. This may lay the groundwork for a friendly talk about his alcoholic problem. Try to have him bring up the subject himself. Be sure you are not critical during such a discussion. Attempt instead to put yourself in his place. Let him see that you want to be helpful rather than critical. Now remember, we're still talking about husband number one here. When a discussion does arise, you might suggest he read this book, or at least a chapter on alcoholism. Let him tell him you've been worried, though perhaps needlessly. You think he ought to know the subject better, as everyone should have a clear understanding of the risk he takes if he drinks too much. Show him you have confidence in his power to stop or moderate. So you do not want to be a wet blanket, that you only want him to take care of his health, thus you may succeed in interesting him in alcoholism. Well, I'm not sure that that all sounds suspiciously like nagging to me. Whereas I've been nagged by an absolute expert, so. If it begins to sound like nagging, it is not going to work. It's not going to help in any way. But somebody who's really, really good at doing this, who's able to play that role, may be able to get away with it. He probably has several alcoholics among his own acquaintances. You might suggest that you both take an interest in them. Drinkers like to help other drinkers. Your husband may be willing to talk to one of them. Hey, Fred, I've been noticing you drink too much. What's the matter with you? Can't you back off a little bit? What can I do to help you, Fred? Anybody told you that they love you today, Fred? I have a feeling that this suggestion is going to fall on empty air. Maybe not. Your husband may be willing to talk to one of them. If this kind of approach does not catch your husband's interest, it may be best to drop the subject, but after a friendly talk, your husband will usually revive the topic himself. This may take patient waiting, but it will be worth it. Meanwhile, you might try to help the wife of another serious drinker. If you act upon these principles, your husband may stop or moderate. Suppose, however, that your husband fits the description of number 2. The same principles which apply to husband number 1 should be practiced. But after his next binge, ask him if he would really like to get over drinking for good. Do not ask that he do it for you or anyone else, just what he'd like to. The chances are that he would. Show him your copy of this book and tell him what you found out about alcoholism. Isn't this amazing? When these guys wrote this thing, they had it in mind that this book would be going out to the families of alcoholics. Whoever thinks about that today? You see what their focus was here, guys? The family. The next chapter is entirely about the family afterward. So you know what was going on back there. And we've lost it. We've lost it. Show him that as alcoholics, the writers of the book understand. Tell him some of the interesting stories you've read. If you think you'll be shy about a spiritual remedy, ask him to look at the chapter on alcoholism. Then perhaps he will be interested enough to continue. If he's enthusiastic about your cooperation, your cooperation will mean a great deal. If he's lukewarm or thinks he's not an alcoholic, we suggest you leave him alone. Good advice for all of us. Avoid urging him to follow our program. The seed's been planted in his mind. And that's a lot of what we do, you know. We just plant the seed and then see if it grows. He knows that thousands of men, much like himself, have recovered, but don't remind him of this after he's been drinking, or he may be angry. Sooner or later, you're likely to find him reaching for the book once more. Wait until repeated stumbling convinces him he must act. For the more you hurry him, the longer his recovery may be delayed. If you have a number 3 husband, you may be in luck. If he certainly wants to stop, you can go to him with this volume as joyfully as though you had struck oil. They didn't think too much of the book, did they? They thought it was the answer, and it turned out that they were right, didn't it? He may not share your enthusiasm, but he's practically sure to read the book, and he may go for the program at once. If he does not, you will probably not have long to wait. Again, You should not crowd him. Let him decide for himself. Cheerfully see him through more sprees. Cheerfully. What a difference that would be. Now, Neil, you stop shaking your head. It means exactly what it said. Cheerful, with a smile on your face. Oh, gee, dear husband, another spree. Ha ha ha, well, this is really nice. Guys, we thought maybe you weren't going to do this anymore. Get that lampshade off your head, Lord. Cheerfully see him through more sprees. You know, this is the same book, the same chapter that says to the wife who's been suffering with this rotten, stinking, nasty, miserable drunk, tell her, oh, well, you can be happy. You can have happiness in your life. The main thing is you leave this guy alone. You know? Go on, live your own life. And of course, there's a lesson there for us, isn't there? That everything that we do here is designed for us to get on our own 2 feet, stop altogether being reliant upon any other human being, to get rid of our dependencies. And that's what they're telling the wife she's got to do. Talk about his condition, or this book, only when he raises the issue. In some cases it may be better to let someone outside the family present the book. They can urge action without arousing hostility. Now you can imagine, she says, I gave you that book 10 days ago, you haven't picked it up and started reading it. What's the matter with you? Why did you think I gave you that book? You never do anything I want you to do. And on and on. Well, he's heard all that stuff before. If she whips out her little notebook where she keeps notes on everything he does wrong, you know, the catechism of his sins, that'll be even worse. They can urge action without causing hostility. If your husband is otherwise a normal individual, your chances are good at this stage. I've read that about 100 times, and I don't know what in the hell Bill's talking about. Otherwise a normal individual. Because now we have examples, you see. In fact, there's an example in the Big Book. Remember when we were back in chapter 3 and we were reading about Fred? Old Fred, he's a guy who had everything in the world going for him. Not a thing in the world wrong with him on the outside, except he was a drunk. He had a great job, he had a profession, he was making money, he had a family, he had a house, he had cars, he had everything, but he was a drunk. Now, to say that Fred was otherwise normal is true, but Fred hadn't done any of these things that they talked about with number 3, so I think Bill got a little cockeyed there, but maybe not. You can make up your own mind about that. Down at the bottom of the page, the last full paragraph. You would suppose that men in the 4th classification would be quite hopeless. But that is not so. Many of Alcoholics Anonymous were like that. Everybody had given them up. Defeat seemed certain. Yet often such men had spectacular and powerful recoveries. Now, in the early days of the fellowship, this was quite common, and it is today too. We don't talk about it much, and maybe we don't see that much of it. But remember, when we read Bill's story, remember what had happened to him? He'd gotten to a point where he was so bad, the Dr. Silkworth had told him and his wife that if he didn't stop drinking, he'd be dead within a year. And he was working his way very quickly to a very early alcoholic death. There are exceptions. Some men have been so impaired by alcohol that they cannot stop. Sometimes there are cases where alcoholism is complicated by other disorders. A good doctor or psychiatrist can tell you whether these complications are serious. In any event, try to have your husband read this book. See, they had such faith in this book, and they were right. His reaction may be one of enthusiasm. If he's already committed to an institution but can convince you and your doctor that he means business, give him a chance to try our method, unless the doctor thinks his mental condition too abnormal or dangerous. We make this recommendation with some confidence. For years we've been working with alcoholics committed to institution. See, that's where they were getting most of their prospects, was going down to Towns Hospital and going to the ward where the hopeless cases were warehoused, and walking out of there with these guys, who later became the stalwarts of the original groups. Since this book was published, AA has released thousands of alcoholics from asylums and hospitals of every kind. The majority have never returned. The power of God goes deep. I can tell you, in the time I've been around, I've been doing this for over 38 years, so I've seen an awful lot of stuff come and go. There isn't anybody out there who is too sick for God. There are some out there who are too sick to seek God. And that's the difference. Goes on to say, you may have a reverse situation on your hands. Perhaps you have a husband who's at large, but who should be committed. I know some of you probably know people like that. Some men cannot or will not get over alcoholism. When they become too dangerous, we think the kind thing is to lock them up. But of course, a good doctor should always be consulted. The wives and children of such men suffer horribly, but not more than the men themselves. So many times, you know, Bill throws a bone to doctors and psychiatrists and religious people as he goes along here. He doesn't want to alienate them. He wants to show that they are included. And so the book is saying sometimes you must start life anew. We know women who have done it. If such women adopt a spiritual way of life, their road will be smoother. If your husband is a drinker, you probably worry over what other people are thinking, and you hate to meet your friends. You draw more and more into yourself, and you think everyone's talking about conditions at your home. You avoid the subject of drinking, even with your own parents. You do not know what to tell the children. When your husband is bad, you become a trembling recluse, wishing the telephone had never been invented. We find that most of this embarrassment is unnecessary. Whoa, really? While you need not discuss your husband at length, you can quietly let your friends know the nature of his illness, but you must be on guard not to embarrass or harm your husband. Well, I don't know. Man, that's walking a pretty thin line, isn't it? Now listen, sit down now, Mary and Sarah. I want to tell you about Bill. Now, this can't go any further, get it? But I got to tell you what's wrong with old Bill. He's got this disease, you see. It's incurable. And on and on and on. Oh, you poor thing. Oh. But you're such a wonderful woman. Don't you think you ought to get away from old Bill? Well, that's what I was thinking about. You know, you can hear it now. Well, now Mary is home with Bob, her husband. Guess what I heard today? Now, don't tell anybody, you know, about this, but old Bill, he's a drunk. Yeah, I thought there was something wrong with that sucker. What's going on? Yeah. I guess you'd have to be real careful about that, wouldn't you? But you must be on guard not to embarrass or harm your husband. Well, sure, that goes without saying. You know what's going to happen if old Bill comes home one night and he's been down at his local pub and getting oiled up in order to be able to face the family, the kids screaming, the dog biting, and all the other stuff that's going on in his house. And they're saying, "Hey, Bill, guess what we heard? You're a drunk. What's the matter? You can't handle your booze?" Sheesh. You can imagine the scene then. When you have carefully explained to such people that he is a sick person, you will have created a new atmosphere. Barriers which have sprung up between you and your friends will disappear with the growth of sympathetic understanding. You will no longer be self-conscious or feel you must apologize as though your husband were a weak character. He may be anything but that. Your new courage, good nature, and lack of self-consciousness will do wonders for you socially. Well, I don't know, you've heard me say a number of times that I consider this big book to be a divinely inspired document, and I think that everything in it is true. And I have a difficult time with this stuff, just from a practical standpoint. From what Bill is saying here, if you could keep it all in the family, all among your friends, and your friends could come to understand exactly what you're dealing with. You weren't seeking any pity. You were just looking for a little understanding, and it never went any further. I can see how this would work just fine. And I'm a little bit more cynical about human nature than that. But that's my problem, isn't it, guys? You take what you want from this. The same principle applies in dealing with the children. Unless they actually need protection from their father, it's best not to take sides in any argument he has with them while drinking. Use your energies to promote a better understanding all around. Then that terrible tension which grips the home of every problem drinker will be lessened. There's a theme that runs through this, you know, and the theme kind of is you can be happy in spite of the fact that you're living with a bad alcoholic. You can be happy. Now, I like that theme because it applies so much and so many times to so many of us who are wound up in some kind of a dependency situation where we feel trapped and we don't know how to get out of it. We don't really want to get out of it, and yet we're constantly upset and unhappy because of the actions of the person upon whom we depend. And so what I try to do with people I work with is to present them with another side of the coin, which is simply that we have to learn to live our lives in God's will without dependency, and we have to learn to let the other person be exactly as they are. Now that brings us down to the nitty-gritty. If we can accept the other person exactly as they are, which means that we will stop bitching about them entirely, or get away from them. I don't think there's anything there. Those are the two alternatives. Accept them exactly as they are and stop bitching about them, or get away from them. Because to live in that twilight zone is terrible. I'm still here. I'm stuck. I'm getting totally macerated every time I turn around. I hate it, and everybody I know hates to see me coming because what I want to do is talk about how abused I am. And that damn self-pity is such a monster. Self-pity is undoubtedly the worst manifestation of self. It tears us up and it destroys our relationships. So I guess the alternatives are pretty simple. Either accept him the way he is and quit bitching about him, or get away from him. And neither one of those is necessarily easy to do. In fact, both of them are difficult to do. But sometimes we are faced with that sort of thing. You know, the right thing to do is the hardest thing to do. Almost always that's true. Okay, it's dealing with the children. They usually need protection from unless they need protection from their father, don't take sides. See what the book is saying here is that, and it's so often true, that kids are used as leverage, they're used as the manipulation, they're used to take out frustrations and angers and rages. People who do that ought to be horsewhipped about once a day. But unfortunately that doesn't happen. But we can see it happening all around us, can't we? It seems now that maybe this has always been true, but if you're having a big fight with your spouse and their kids involved, the kids are the battleground. And they're going to be scarred for life, unfortunately. I was talking to a lady yesterday, and another friend of mine who is also an expert in behavioral psychology, and they were talking. They both specialize in kids, and they both told me that child's psyche is pretty well set in stone by the time they're 5 years old. Can you imagine what we're doing to these kids? We use them as a battleground. I have a gal out there right now. I love her dearly, and I've been working with her for coming on 3 years. She can't stay sober anymore. Her ex-husband is using her children to whipsaw her with. I've come to the conclusion he wants her dead. So she'll be out of the way and he won't have to mess with her anymore. Think what's happening to those children. Every time I see that, I want to go kill the son of a bitch. I'm sorry to use that kind of language, because I can see what's happening. Lives are being ruined by this. Frequently you have felt obliged to tell your husband's employer and his friends that he was sick, when as a matter of fact he was tight. Avoid answering these inquiries as much as you can. Whenever possible, let your husband explain. You know, there's a great tendency, though, to want to make sure the employer doesn't know about what the old boy's doing, because after all, he gets fired, then what are you going to do for income? So, you see what happens is that the family becomes hostage to the disease. And so, one thing that's happened is that the family, when they start practicing spiritual principles, will always ask themselves, what would I do if I weren't afraid? What's the right thing to do here? Why should I be a party to one lie after another? I'm not going to do that anymore. Whenever possible, let your husband explain your desire to protect him should not cause you to lie to people when they have a right to know where he is and what he's doing. Discuss this with him when he's sober and in good spirits, and ask him what you should do if he places you in such a position again. But be careful not to be resentful about the last time you did so. There is another paralyzing fear. You may be afraid your husband will lose his position. You're thinking of disgrace and hard times which will befall you and the children. This experience may come to you, or you may already have had it several times. Should it happen again, regard it in a different light. Maybe it will prove a blessing. It may convince your husband he wants to stop drinking forever, and now you know that he can stop if he will. And that's a very important statement. Now, wife, having read this book and having seen where recovery lies, you know that your husband can recover if he wants to. Well, of course, this is a lesson for all of us, isn't it? Now you know that he can stop if he will. Time after time, this apparent calamity has been a boon to us, for it opened up a path which led to the discovery of God. And what he's really talking about here is the guy had to be driven to his knees, and he had to reach some kind of a bottom before he was going to be willing to acknowledge the fact that there might just be a higher power out there. And you got to remember what Bill's talking about here. You see, the big book is always consistent, never inconsistent. When we go back to chapter 4, we find, and also in Bill's story, we find that the only requirement is that we be willing to believe that there just might be a power out there greater than ourselves. Be willing to believe in the possible existence of God. That's all that's required to get us started. And that's what Bill's talking about here. That it opened up a path which led to the discovery of God. That path is the path of desperation. And the people who walk in through the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous, most of them are in a state of desperation, seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. They're looking for some kind of release from the pain and suffering of their lives. And so if we can assume that some sort of a bottom has been reached, and here it's talking about accelerating the bottom, maybe this will be enough to open up a pathway which will lead to the discovery of God. I'd like to clear up something for you, some of you anyway. I've been approached by 2 or 3 ladies who have been quite upset about the contents of this chapter. Why? Because they are hearing it as somehow or another saying, just shut up and take it. That you're powerless over this drunken fool of a husband anyway, so you might as well just lump it and live it. Try to be happy if you can. And that's not at all what the Big Book is saying. I think their concern is that this chapter may have been written by an outright chauvinist who is simply, in one way or another, saying stay barefoot and pregnant and shut up. And that's not at all what it means. As a matter of fact, it's very important to understand that chapter 8, chapter to wives, is proposing a whole new approach to the life of the person who is most seriously affected by the alcoholic, rather than simply grin and bear it, or just put up with it. Rather than simply saying that no matter what you do, it isn't going to change. If this guy's going to get sober, it's not up to you, and so on. It's quite the opposite. It is a positive approach to a new way of life. And it's important for us to understand that this chapter is based upon actual experience. This is not prejudice, it's not opinion, and it's not philosophy. It comes directly out of the experience that the first women who had contact with AA were the wives of the alcoholics who were members. And they were included in the meetings. They were included in the recovery of their husbands. The message of the 8th chapter is best stated. Let's go back to page 116. We have to remember this because I can see how, in light of modern propaganda, feminist propaganda, it might be assumed that somehow or another this chapter is demeaning the wives, but it's not at all. It is a chapter devoted to their spiritual growth, their happiness, in spite of the fact that they happen to be stuck with a drunk like you and me. On page 116, right in the middle of the page, paragraph beginning there, we have elsewhere remarked how much better life is when lived on a spiritual plane. If God can solve the age-old riddle of alcoholism, He can solve your problems too. We wives found that like everybody else, we were afflicted with pride, self-pity, vanity, and all the things which go to make up the self-centered person. And we were not above selfishness or dishonesty. Now that's not a put down of wives. That's not a demeaning of anybody. The paragraph speaks for itself when it says like everybody else. Just don't set yourself apart as some kind of a paragon of virtue. Recognize that you have many of the same character defects your husband has, but so does everybody else in the world. The difference is that we drink over them and you don't. As our husbands began to apply spiritual principles in their lives, we began to see the desirability of doing so too. Now out of this experience, the fact that the wives were deeply involved in their husband's recovery, that they were present at the meetings were held in their homes, sometimes went on for hours, that they were fully informed of the steps and the spiritual growth that was required. They were fully informed, by the way, of the depth and seriousness of the disease of alcoholism. And therefore, when it came time to think in terms of a solution for them, it was anything but saying, Gren and Barrett was everything the opposite. Action. Take the action yourself. The steps are for everybody. The steps will work for you as well as they have worked for your husband. If you get on a spiritual path, they're being told, your problems will be solved too. This is a tremendous message, and the end result of this, of course, was the formation of the Al-Anon family groups, which have been around now since the early 1940s, helping people who were either married to or very close to alcoholics. Now, not always have these Al-Anon groups stayed on course, but that does not militate against the validity of what they teach. The Al-Anon program is centered on the 12 steps. It is a spiritual program, no less than our program. So any suggestion that this chapter is counseling the wives to Gren and Barrett is just simply wrong. It's just the opposite. It means a few people haven't been listening, haven't been paying attention. Now there's a great message here, and it goes far beyond the scope of the wives of alcoholic members of AA, or alcoholics who are not members of AA, who have never gotten sober and maybe never will. The message is very, very simple. The 12 steps work for everybody. They are not the exclusive province of Alcoholics Anonymous, nor of any of the 12-step groups, nor the 12-step groups taken as a whole. Quite the contrary. The 12 steps belong to the human race because they are applicable to every single living human being and those yet to be born, because they are spiritual principles restated as steps of action which apply to everybody. Now, it's pretty obvious, most of you know this already because you've been through the steps. It takes a lot of courage to work the steps because we have to face ourselves. We have to be willing to be honest with ourselves. We have to be willing to be honest with others. We have to be willing to make amends. These are not easy things to do. Generally speaking, it takes a substantial amount of motivation before anybody's going to be willing to do it. That just happens to be a fact, but that isn't universally so, because there are many, many, many people who recognize the value of the 12 steps and desperately want them for themselves. Every problem that human beings have is amenable to the power of God. Every problem that affects human beings is amenable to God's power. And the rules, the principles, the directions which we find in the Big Book, which apply to us, apply just as surely to all people. Now, this doesn't mean that you and I are to run out and be apostles for some kind of a New Age religion. Not at all. We still abide by the tradition and the principle of attraction, not promotion. But look what that has done. My God, there must be, some people say as many as 200, but at least 50 other 12-step groups out there right now. And some of them dealing with very arcane matters, stuff that's way out in left field, but so what? These things have been considered by the people who formed these groups to be seriously detrimental to them. They were painful. They needed help. And where did they turn? They turned to the 12 steps. Why? Because they work. If the 12 steps did not work, there wouldn't be any of us sitting here. This place would be a warehouse for antiques. Well, of course it is right now for some of us. That's only a few of us. The rest of you are exempt from that. So here we are, guys. When you consider this chapter, if you have the opportunity to work with somebody you're sponsoring or you're helping, be sure they understand what this chapter represents. That the solution that we enjoy, this wonderful spiritual solution to all of the vicissitudes of life, is applicable to all human beings. And most assuredly to those who are the closest and the most harmed by alcoholics. That's what this chapter really means. I hope that makes it clear, and I hope that anyone who is laboring under the misapprehension that somehow this chapter was putting women down or demeaning them or consigning them back to the nursery and the kitchen will come to understand that it's not doing that at all. It's just the opposite. It is not chauvinistic. It is utterly, completely spiritual. Got it? Just say yes.
Yes.
Okay. At first, some of us did not believe we needed this help. We thought on the whole we were pretty good women, capable of being nicer if our husbands stopped drinking. But it was a silly idea that we were too good to need God. Wow, that's right, isn't it? Now we try to put spiritual principles to work in every department of our lives. When we, listen to this now, when we do that, we find it solves our problems too. Well, now here are the wives saying, golly, you know, we came into this thing supporting our husband. Have you ever heard somebody who's sitting around here, and my name is Matilda, and I'm here to support my husband. What'd you do, carry the rascal in? I don't know. Some of these so-called closed meetings wouldn't even let the poor lady stay here. They'd make her leave. We don't do that here. We don't believe in closed meetings in this group. No, how can we? Stop and think about it. What's the Big Book say? Is it true or is it not true? That the world of spirit is broad, roomy, all-inclusive, never exclusive or forbidding. It is open, we believe, to all people. Is that true or is it not? Yes. What the heck do we have to protect? Are we so fearful that we're going to grasp the 12 steps in our program to our bosom and make sure that nobody else can have anything to do with it? Because this solves their problems too. Now in chapter 4, it says that the lack of power is our dilemma, and we have to find a power by which we can live. Which of course in our case means as opposed to die. And this has to be a power greater than ourselves. And it tells us this. That's what this book is all about. This Big Book, that's what it's all about. Its main purpose is to enable you and me to find a power greater than ourselves which will solve our problem. And now, these wives are finding that it solves their problems too. Well, you know what the truth of the matter is, guys? The truth of the matter is that 12 steps are for everything. They work for everything. They're not our exclusive problems. We don't have any patent on them. 12 steps are spiritual principles which are universal in their application to every single human being. They work for everyone. The problem most people have is they're not going to be willing to do that kind of work because they don't see any reason to be that damned honest with themselves and with others. They love going on, hiding out, rationalizing and denying. They love going on with the idea that they're justified in all of their cracked out behaviors. They do not want to accept the fact that there are problems of their own making that they have to look to themselves first. So it isn't very likely that somebody who hasn't been backed up against the wall is going to really want to work these steps. But if they do, it works for them too. It works for everybody. And it goes on to say, when we do that, we find it solves our problems too. The ensuing lack of fear, see, now the wise got to be set free of fear, which is our enemy. The only enemy we have is fear. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, Franklin Roosevelt said. The ensuing lack of fear, worry, and hurt feelings is a wonderful thing. We urge you, talking to other wise, and of course this goes for husbands and boyfriends and girlfriends and close people to the alcoholic. We urge you to try our program. Now notice that the word "our" is there. This means that the wise at the time of the writing of this big book were embracing the program of Alcoholics Anonymous, not standing apart from it. Well, of course, that would be natural, wouldn't it? Because they were invited to be at the meetings. They were asked to be there. In those days, they understood this great truism that alcoholism is a family disease. They came to think of it, the program as our program. Not my alcoholics program, our program. For nothing will be so helpful to your husband as a radically changed attitude toward him, which God will show you how to have. Here we find the wise then changing with God's help themselves, just as we change. We get to have a complete psychic change. We get to be reborn, the rebirth of our thinking. We're no longer plagued by fear, no longer plagued by resentments and anger and thoughts of revenge and dishonesty. We're no longer plagued by selfishness and self-centeredness. We get to live our lives free of these things. Remember in our third step prayer we asked God to release us from the bondage of self. That most terrible of all the things that we come in this room with, this bondage of self. We are, in fact, our spirit is bound up by ropes and chains and cables of self in a kind of a psychic fetal position. And with God's help, these are all severed and set loose, and our spirit gets to soar with the angels the first time in our lives. The Big Book says you should keep your head in the clouds with me. Feet firmly planted on ground, because that's where your fellow travelers are, and that's where your mission is, that's where your purpose in life is, to be helpful to those who need help. And here the wise are finding out that if they embrace the same program of recovery, the same spiritual principles as their husband, that everything changes in their lives and in their relationship with their husband. Now there's a message here which is of supreme importance, and it's so seldom that we really tie onto this, but we need to understand it. We have a tremendous influence on our surroundings, on our environment, on our media. We have tremendous influence on that. We can almost guarantee to be able to, in many respects, control it. Not by controlling other people or what's going on, but by controlling our actions. Let me tell you, one of the most simple ways that we have of making sure that our lives change for the better is that every time we have relationships with others, whatever it is, in the family, in the job, school, wherever, we remember to be slick, soft-spoken, loving, considerate, and kind. Just be slick. And when people annoy us, we learn to say, oh, isn't that interesting? Or even that kind of snotty one, oh, yes, I certainly hear what you're saying. Remember that? I think that kind of came out of the hippie area. I hear what you're saying. But it doesn't mean a damn thing. Of course you heard, unless you weren't listening. I just shouted at you. Oh, I hear what you're saying. Now then, we also got this stuff. I identify with you. What the hell does that mean? Oh, I love this one. Here's this alcoholic that's sitting up there at the podium and pitching his heart out, you know. And somebody in the audience is bound to say, "Thank you for being so honest." Well, now think about it. What does that mean? You've never been honest before that I can remember? You suddenly changed. Now you're being honest. Or is this say, "Oh, you're always so honest"? Well, then what's the reason to comment on it? Another really great one. Do you know the greatest insult in AA? I'm praying. Why? Because that's got to mean you did something that I'm really angry about, so I'm going to pray for you.
What about somebody who's in a situation where they're just in a bad situation and you tell them that you're going to put them in your prayers?
Well, let me see if I can restate it. First of all, here comes a joke. The worst insult in AA is I'm praying for you. No, it was just a joke. There are obviously many exceptions to that joke.
Oh, okay.
So good, let the record show. Thank you, Your Honor. We have our resident lawyer over here. Second full paragraph on page 117. The faith and sincerity of both you and your husband will be put to the test. These workouts should be regarded as part of your education, for thus you will be learning to live. You will make mistakes, but if you are in earnest, they will not drag you down. Instead, you will capitalize them. A better way of life will emerge when they are overcome. Now that could just as easily be said to you and me, couldn't it? It's exactly what we need to hear. These workouts should be regarded as part of your education. Now, education is an interesting term there because what it implies, what it's really telling us is that we're going to be learning and learning and learning. And in other places, Bill had always talked about the fact that we must be teachers. We must continue to help others to learn as they go. Part of your education. And that we make mistakes. Now this again is really, really important. We used to think if we made mistakes we were automatically going to be criticized for them, put down, we'd lose something for it, and people would judge us because of our mistakes. In here we learned something entirely different. We learned that our mistakes are already done. They have been made, and it is now at this point ancient history, and what we're going to do with our mistakes is we're going to learn from them. And if we cannot learn from them, we're in real trouble. But if we're going to sit and agitate over them and feel sorry for ourselves or feel guilty about the mistakes we've made, we will not improve. We will not make any progress. Our progress comes from learning from the mistakes. And also, we have in our big book, we have we have this wonderful saving clause in the big book. It's in the fourth step. It's on page 70, and talking about where we've made mistakes, where we've gotten off the path, fallen short of the chosen ideal. And it asks the question: Are we going to drink on these occasions? And some people tell us so, but it says this is not necessarily so. It depends upon us, it says, and our motives. That if we're sincerely sorry for the mistakes we've made, and are willing to let God take us on to better things, But we'll be forgiven and we'll be just fine. If we're not sorry though, and our conduct continues to harm others, we're sure to drink. On page 117, some of the snags you will encounter are irritation, hurt feelings, and resentments. Your husband will sometimes be unreasonable and you will want to criticize. Starting from a speck on the domestic horizon, great thunderclouds of dispute may gather. These family dissensions are very dangerous, especially to your husband. Often you must carry the burden of avoiding them or keeping them under control. Never forget, here we go, that resentment is a deadly hazard to an alcoholic. We do not mean that you have to agree with your husband wherever there's honest difference of opinion. Just be careful not to disagree in a resentful or critical spirit. Now you know, when you read this, if you read it quite critically, you might think, well, what this is really saying, you got to wrap this guy in cotton wool, and don't ever criticize him and all that. And it's not likely that that's ever going to be the case entirely. But there's an emphasis here on backing away from criticism and going toward spiritual support and encouragement. And that seems to be what will work the best. Going to page 118 now, you and your husband will find that you can dispose of serious problems easier than you can the trivial ones. Now that's an interesting statement, isn't it? I wonder what that really means. We can just, maybe the trivial ones are the ones, it's kind of like, maybe it's like a burr under your, it's just irritating you, or you don't really pay that much attention, but yet it kind of keeps you edgy. But the big stuff, you see the seriousness of it and plunge in and get it done. I don't know. You can dispose of serious problems easier than you can the trivial ones. Next time you and he have a heated discussion, no matter what the subject, it should be the privilege of either to smile and say, "This is getting serious. I'm sorry I got disturbed. Let's talk about it later." Why? Why are we going to talk about it later? I'll be honest with you, I never understood that one. Aren't we talking about it now? We're going to put off till tomorrow what we don't want to face today? I'm not sure about that. You can make up your own mind about that. If your husband is trying to live on a spiritual basis, he will also be doing everything in his power to avoid disagreement or contention. Your husband knows he owes you more than sobriety. Amen. He wants to make good, that you must not expect too much. His ways of thinking and doing are the habits of years. Patience, tolerance, understanding, and love are the watchwords. Well, that's pretty close to what we're talking about, being slick. Show him these things in yourself, and they will be reflected back to you from him. See, that's right. That's right. When we act in a way which is soft-spoken, loving, considerate, and kind, that gets reflected back to us. Think about it. The day you don't want to go home, you know that the husband or the wife who's there is going to yell at you for something you didn't do or you should have done. The kids are going to be hitting on you, and the dog's going to bite you, and it's going to be miserable all the way around, and you don't want to go home. Go anyway. Be soft-spoken, loving, considerate, and kind, and see what happens. Everything changes. It's amazing how that works. And when the other person wants to have an argument, don't. That's interesting. Or how about this? Okay. Okay. Then you go ahead and do what you want anyway. But by the way, that's not a bad thing to do around the workplace. The boss is probably maybe a nasty old fart, and you're getting tired of all this, and you want to fight with them all the time. But instead of doing that, say, okay. It's amazing what that does. Because you see, most people aren't going to fight with you if you don't give them the ammunition to use. You fight back and all of a sudden, confrontation time. One thing you got to know about yourself, about most people, is this, that we are generally afraid of confrontation. And when we confront, it's because we've gotten angry. You stop and think about how often do you actually confront others without anger? You got to build it up. You're thinking, I got to talk to them. I've got to have a meeting at 4 o'clock. I got to confront them. Man, I don't like this. What did they do? Oh, that was terrible. Oh, I'm getting mad now. Now when they come, boy, I'm going to really nail him. I'm going to pinch his head off. And then we're all worked up. Now we can confront. How about confronting with cold-blooded calm? Ooh, that's so much more effective. Hello, Neelu. Would you just sit down, please? I have something I'd like to go over with you, if you don't mind. She said, okay. Isn't that sweet? And then we lower the boom, but we do it in such a way that it is quiet, it's reasonable, it makes the point. But we mostly don't ever do that, do we? We want to confront with anger. Because we're really scared of confrontation. Well, most other people are too. So when you're getting confronted by somebody and they're unreasonably angry, just remember that's because they're really afraid to confront. They got to have the anger in order to do it. That's when you say, oh, okay. Gee, that's pretty interesting what you just said. Try it. It's wonderful. And then on top of page 118, that you and your husband will find that you can dispose of serious problems easier than you can the trivial ones. And you know, that sounds kind of screwy, doesn't it? But it's probably true. We have a tendency to be willing to address the serious problems, get serious about them and try to work them out. The trivial stuff just builds up in our heads, you know, and it's like these little annoyances, and after a while you got a big pile of little annoyances and it's a big annoyance. It's the same kind of stuff that we let happen when we do not take care of ourselves with inventory every day. We will allow ourselves to become loaded down with the burdens and problems of life and with the defects of character that crop up, and we don't take care of them. And it's okay for a couple of days or a week, but pretty soon that little pile becomes a big pile, and then we find ourselves buried. Next time you and he have a heated discussion, no matter what the subject, it should be the privilege of either to smile and say, this is getting serious. I'm sorry I got disturbed. Let's talk about it later. Talk about it later? Why would you do that? Well, maybe to stop yelling at each other? I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. What do you guys think? Let's talk about it later? Put it off? Go to sleep on it? No. Well, anyhow, Bill is not the greatest of psychologists, so we'll see. You can make up your own mind about that one. If your husband is trying to live on a spiritual basis, he will also be doing everything in his power to avoid disagreement or contention. That's a big if, you know. So many of us come in here and never do get the idea that everything we do here is geared toward a spiritual awakening and living our life based on spiritual principles. Then we're getting into this next paragraph is a little foretaste of the 9th step. Your husband knows he owes you more than sobriety. He wants to make good, yet you must not expect too much. His ways of thinking and doing are the habits of years. Patience, tolerance, and understanding and love are the watchwords. Show him these things in yourself, and they will be reflected back to you from him. Boy, that is some kind of wonderful advice. You know, it's the same thing that you and I have to learn. We're pretty much in charge of what's happening in our environment. We get to have a tremendous effect on our environment just by the way we act. If we act with kindness and love, if we're soft-spoken, if we're considerate, people react to us that way. On the other hand, if we are acting with intolerance, we're on edge, we're expecting some kind of comebacks, we're irritable, we take it out on other people, or we're just plain scared and we act scared, people around us will act the same way. This is true in the home, it's true in business, true anywhere we go, wherever we are. So show him these things in yourself and they will be reflected back to you from him. Live and let live is the rule. If you both show a willingness to remove your own defects, there will be little need to criticize the other. Aha. Now this is kind of getting us back to what we learned last week. You see, what this chapter really does is it forms the basis for the Al-Anon family groups, originally composed almost entirely of wives. And what happened with them was they found they needed to work the 12 steps too, so they were on a spiritual path right along with their husbands. And of course Al-Anon is a 12-step program. Let's see what this paragraph says. We women carry with us a picture of the ideal man, the sort of chap we would like our husbands to be. And by the way, every time I read that, it reminds me.
Is that illusionary thinking?
Yeah. There is in our 4th step, if you recall, when we're doing our sex inventory, it tells us to form our ideal for our future sex life. And almost every neophyte who's coming through and who hasn't been properly instructed thinks that means we're to draw a word picture of our ideal mate. And boy, there are some doozies that come out of that until people realize that what it's really telling them is let's come up with an ideal for how you want to be. So we all have that picture, I guess, of the ideal, but that's not what our 4th step is about. And here again, this is coming back up. Carrying around a picture of an ideal man, the sort of chap we would like our husbands to be. What that really means is that we've got expectations of how our husband or our wife or our lover ought to be. And our bright-eyed friends all agree with us. We've got this down pat, and it's not only that they ought to be, but they got to be. And if they're not, there's something wrong with them. Down deep inside of ourselves, we often wonder if maybe there's something wrong with us. And that just complicates the picture even more. Going on, it says, it is the most natural thing in the world, once his liquor problem is solved, to feel that he will now measure up to that cherished vision. Well, hell, he never was that. Never was that. And then, of course, we married him, didn't we? No matter what he was. But we've been carrying this around. Of course, a lot of that may have sustained us in those darker moments. Now, it's almost like, it's almost like get even time. Man, I put up with your stuff for 20 years. Now then, son, you're going to measure up to what I want you to be, or else. Guess what would have happened if that had been the case when Bill Wilson went home to his wife, and he had made up his mind at that time that he was going to have to go out and carry this message to other alcoholics. Suppose when he went home, he said, Lois, let me tell you something, Lois. I was lying there in my hospital bed and I had this revelation, this inspiration came to me. It said I was supposed to take all these things that I've learned and I was supposed to go out and I was supposed to carry this message to all those drunks out there. Now what I need to know from you, Lois, my dear, if you're going to support me in this. Now, what if she had said, Not on your life, busser. 25 years, a year of nonsense and your drinking is enough. Think I'm going to have any musty old drunks hanging around here? You think you're going to go out there and be a missionary? You're going to work, buddy. And you can start out by carrying out the garbage. Anyway, he will now measure up to that cherished vision. The chances are he will not. For, like yourself, he is just beginning his development. Be patient. You see again what's being said here? The wife is in recovery too. This is, listen to what this says again. The chances are he will not, for like yourself, he's just beginning his development. Be patient. Both husband and wife are changing their lives through the use of the 12 steps. You see? And boy, does that ever work good. They may not be recovering together, but if they are, they're headed for a wonderful, wonderful relationship. One that will last. Okay. Next paragraph. Another feeling we are very likely to entertain is one of resentment that love and loyalty could not cure our husbands of alcoholism. We do not like the thought that the contents of a book or the work of another alcoholic is accomplished in a few weeks, that for which we struggled for years. What in the heck is this, a few weeks? What's Bill talking about? I thought it took years. I've been hearing these days that you got to be sober 5 years before you even get the fog out of your mind. What's this few weeks stuff? Well, let's see. When Ebby came to 12-step Bill, he was 8 weeks sober. And that's where all of this started, isn't it? When Bill and Bob went to 12-step Bill D, Bob was sober, what, 2 weeks? These people, believe it or not, were 12-step veterans by the time they were 6 months sober. How much time do you think people had in sobriety who helped write the Big Book? 3 years was the longest. Many had not been sober 6 months yet. Over half the people who helped write the Big Book hadn't been sober a year. If we take a look at the way this Big Book was written, the experiences that they had which led to the writing of the book, the instructions, the directions which are contained in the book, we will find that just like Bill, who worked his first 11 steps while he was still in the hospital, and never did it again, never had to. 10, 11, and 12 kept him going just like it does us. That's what really happened. Dr. Bob took people through the steps in one afternoon in his study on his Wednesday, his days off. And we sit around, you see, I think it's all a matter of the absolute necessity to control. If I'm going to be a sponsor, I'm going to be the boss, I'm going to control my sponsees, I'm going to make them dependent upon me. What a horrible thing that is. Our dependency has to be on God, not another human being. A sponsor who fosters dependency is doing a terrible thing. Terrible thing. It's run directly contrary to the Big Book and to our program of recovery. And yet here, that the work of another alcoholic has accomplished in a few weeks that for which we struggled for years. Dr. Silkworth, in writing about this program, remarked several times on what he saw in his own hospital. He would have these guys in his discard ward, people he couldn't do anything for, the chronics, and he knew he couldn't help them. And these guys from AA would come in there and spend a couple days talking to him. Then he'd find that they were praying together. And then this hopeless, helpless alcoholic, get up and walk out of the hospital. A month later, he'd be back in there working with the next guy in the next bed. He saw that. What happened in that 30 days? We know. If you're willing, if you will really work at it, you can easily work your steps in 30 days. Easily. And so what we have done is we have so diluted the directions with all of the gobbledygook and all of the psychobabble and all of the human solutions that it's become unrecognizable in some places. I was up in Chicago not too long ago and sat through a couple meetings up there, and I didn't know where I was. It wasn't AA. I really thought I was down at the local treatment center and that the leader of those meetings was a facilitator. It was Problems Anonymous, and giving advice back and forth with psychological solutions. Now what in the hell is this? Where is the big book? Where are the steps? And where is God in this equation? Well, you guys are here and you come every Saturday and we talk about the big book, the steps, and God. Because that's the program. There isn't any other program. A doesn't have another program. Okay, going on now. Here's a lady. She's really upset because her love and loyalty couldn't get this guy sober, but another drunk came along and all of a sudden he's doing well after a few weeks. At such moments we forget that alcoholism is an illness over which we could not possibly have had any power. Madam wife, you had no power to get your husband sober, period. Just as you and I have no power to get another alcoholic sober, period. What we can do, though, is to encourage them to do what they must do for themselves, and they will do that because they see that we have done that and we have recovered, and then we can teach them what they must do for themselves. The spiritual awakening doesn't come because some sponsor opened up their head and poured it in. Faith is not a matter of being told that you got to have faith or learning faith. Faith is a matter of experiencing God. And to do that, we got to do some work. It's crazy what's going on. We forget that alcoholism is an illness over which we could not possibly have had any power. Your husband will be the first to say if it was that it was your devotion and care which brought him to the point where he could have a spiritual experience. Now remember, every time we read spiritual experience in the big book, what it really means is spiritual awakening, because Bill did not use the term spiritual awakening anywhere in the book. It was added to the 12-step later by the editorial board. But when Bill talks about a spiritual experience, just as back in chapter 2, there is a solution. It says the solution to have a spiritual experience. He's talking about what we now have identified as a spiritual awakening, the culmination of a series of spiritual experiences. Without you, he would have gone to pieces long ago. When resentful thoughts come, try to pause and count your blessings. After all, your family is reunited. Alcohol is no longer a problem, and you and your husband are working together toward an undreamed of future. What he's really saying is, look, get off your high horse, lady. What difference does it make how your husband recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body? Just be grateful that that's happened. This is what you've been praying for and wanting and working toward all these years, and now it's happened. And now you're mad because somebody else was able to accomplish what you couldn't? I guess it's natural to feel that way. But it doesn't make any sense in light of the fact that we never have the power to get another person sober. We just don't. It doesn't matter what we do. Some of you have had this experience, I know, where you've had an alcoholic or an addict in your life, and you tried desperately to help them. And nothing seemed to work. And maybe you were that person. And your loved one tried desperately. Maybe your family, your parents, or brothers and sisters, or husband or wife. And all it was total and utter frustration for them. I can tell you this quite frankly, most ministers and priests and rabbis have come across exactly the same problem. They would like to believe that their religion is going to be enough, and almost never is it. Their drunks and their druggies need something more, and that something more is right there in front of them. But when the 12 steps are added to the religious program of action, people recover then. And it's kind of a hard pill to swallow, because we get so wrapped up in our belief systems and what we wish things were and what we've been proclaiming loudly to everybody who would listen, that it's kind of hard to back off and say, you know, I have to admit that at least with drunks it doesn't work. And it doesn't. There probably would be no AA if religion were enough. Okay, we go on to page 119. Still another difficulty is that you may become jealous of the attention he bestows on other people, especially alcoholics. Oh, this is a problem. Wow. You have been starving for his companionship, yet he spends long hours helping other men and their families. You feel he should now be yours. The fact is that he should work with other people to maintain his own sobriety. Sometimes he'll be so interested that he becomes really neglectful. Your house is filled with strangers. You may not like some of them. You get stirred up about their troubles, but not all about yours. It will do a little good if you point that out and urge more attention for yourself. We find a real mistake to dampen his enthusiasm for alcoholic work. You should join in his efforts as much as you possibly can. We suggest that you direct some of your thought to the wives of his new alcoholic friends. They need the counsel and love of a woman who has gone through what you have. I don't know, I read that paragraph and I think Bill protests a little bit too much here. I think that we ought not to give total free license in the name of 12-step work to ignoring our other responsibilities in life. And you know, one of the things that we learn in here, and it's really important lesson, is that we're responsible for what happens in our lives. And one of the things that we need to do is to be willing and able to make commitments and live up to them, because we never did before. We made a commitment, it wasn't something we decided later we want to do, we just ignored it. And so I'm not suggesting that we have any kind of attempt to balance here. What I am suggesting is that we not give ourselves an excuse or excuses for ignoring our families in the name of 12-step work. And that's what I see happening a lot.
Sorry, the best time you said it all night.
Neela said that's the best thing I've said all night. And she should know. This is the vice of good people. Now you see what happens here is that the family stuff is pressing in on us. It may be boring, or it may be a little frightening, or it may be a little humdrum. It might be just not something we want to do. So we've got this incredible built-in excuse that we're doing 12-step work. And I think we have to be real careful about that. You can make up your own minds what that paragraph means, but I see Bill adding a little bit too much ammunition here for people who really are trying to avoid their other responsibilities. Which does not mean, of course, that we ought not to concentrate a lot of effort on our 12-step work. Of course, I'm not saying that, so don't misunderstand me. Okay. Bottom of page 119, it's probably true that you and your husband have been living too much alone, For drinking many times isolates the wife of an alcoholic. Therefore, you probably need fresh interest and a great cause to live for as much as your husband. What's this great cause? Ah, that's a pretty interesting phrase, isn't it? The recovering alcoholic has a great cause. In other places, Bill called it our holy mission, which is to carry this message to other alcoholics. We have a purpose, a reason for living, a great cause to live for. If you cooperate rather than complain, you'll find his excess enthusiasm will tone down. Both of you will awaken to a new sense of responsibility for others. This is what we're talking about now, isn't it? That's good, Bill. You came around here, man. You as well as your husband ought to think of what you can put into life instead of how much you can take out. Well, that's part of our 11-step inventory, isn't it? Remember what that question is? Who knows that question off the top of their head? Page 86. Let's see what it is. We're taking our 11-step inventory now. Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? Or were we thinking of what we could do for others, of what we could pack into the stream of life? Now this is exactly the same thought. You as well as your husband ought to think of what you can put into life instead of how much you can take out. And of course, you know, that was one of our great vices when we were out there, that our emphasis, our concentration was on what can we get? What can we get out of this? Inevitably, your lives will be fuller for doing so. You will lose the old life to find one much better. Okay, now there's another example of the three-word phrase which we find on page 63, just before the third step prayer. We were reborn. You will lose the old life to find one much better. And in Bill's story, again, he said he was raised from the dead, and which looks forward to that phrase, we were reborn. Now, this is not rebirth in the Christian sense, although it may be for anybody who has that belief. What it is a rebirth of thinking, a whole new way of life. The promise is our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. You will lose the old life to find one much better. The truth of the matter is that we change everything. Most of us, whatever we knew when we got in here was wrong. And it's become necessary for us to find out what did not work and start doing what will work, and that changes our lives almost totally. It's going to be hard for people who are close to us to accept that. That's one of the main reasons that we need to be sure that they're kept abreast of what we're doing and participate with us in that. Now, in our 11th step, isn't that something we look at every night? Of course it is. Turn back to page 86. First full paragraph is the 11th step inventory. We do this every night in writing. Those of you who haven't been with us in the past, you may be surprised by that. If you are, ask somebody who's around you who's been here, and they'll tell you exactly why that is and what it means. Go to the first full paragraph. These are the 10 questions we write the answers to every night. Right in the middle of that paragraph. What could we have done better? Were we thinking of ourselves most of the time? Or now here's the question. Or were we thinking of what we could do for others, of what we could pack into the stream of life? See how that ties in directly with what we've just read. Back on page 120, you as well as your husband ought to think of what you can put into life instead of how much you can take out. Well, you know, grasping and taking out and demanding and living our lives for what we can get from others, this is the old behavior, the old mindset, the part that was entirely devoted to self and selfishness and self-centered aims. It didn't work. It was the killer. It's what kept us alienated from God. So obviously, the opposite has to be true. That if we're to recover and stay on a spiritual path, we must concentrate on what we can do for others, what we can pack into the stream of life. Bill says in his story, remember this is where it all started. He said that if an alcoholic, you and me, failed to enlarge and perfect his spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, he could not survive the certain low spots ahead. And he would drink again. And that's the truth. That's where sponsorship and carrying the message comes from. You will lose the old life to find one much better. Takes us right back to the third step, doesn't it? The paragraph just before the prayer. We were reborn. And that's what being reborn means. We will lose the old life to find one much better. The promise is that our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Now you notice this promise is being made to the wife here. It's equally, of course, applicable to you and me. Now we begin to see that this whole chapter is devoted to one object, that the wife be on the same spiritual path as her husband, and then, irrespective of what he may do, she's going to be okay. She's going to be okay, because her problems will be solved by her reliance on a higher power. Now we go on to the next paragraph on page 120. Perhaps your husband will make a fair start on the new basis, but just as things are going beautifully, he dismays you by coming home drunk. How many of us have ever done that to other people? Oh man. Can you imagine, put yourself in the place, maybe you've had it happen to you too, some of you probably have. Put yourself in the place of the non-alcoholic who's sitting there thinking, oh boy, he's sober now, he's doing well, look at him, he's got bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, he's starting to make money again, he's not beating me anymore, he's not staying out, he's not chasing women, he's doing all the right things. And then you look up one night and he comes, honey, I'm home, you know, where's dinner? Get out of here, you asshole. That's got to be the first thought, right? Oh man. If you're satisfied he really wants to get over drinking, you need not be alarmed. This is the kind of stuff that some of these gals are upset about. Though it is infinitely better that he have no relapse at all, as has been true with many of our men, it is by no means a bad thing in some cases. As my friend Marilyn would say, yeah. Your husband will see at once that he must redouble his spiritual activities if he expects to survive. Listen to that. Listen to that. Is that ever a formula for you working with somebody who's just had a slip? They come back and they say, what should I do? It's right here. Redouble your spiritual activities. Whatever you were doing, do it twice if you wish to survive. And that's true. That's exactly what has to happen. See how much stuff there is in this chapter if you just read it carefully? It's so full of wisdom, and it's so full of the things that we really need to know. And it's really first step material all the way through. You need not remind him of his spiritual deficiency. He will know of it. Cheer him up and ask him how you can be still more helpful. Wow. Somebody asked me just a little while ago about advising someone about taking their ninth step. Now a lot of people we have to make amends to are not going to be people we particularly like. We might even hate their guts. And yet we have to swallow all that, and when we finish up with the ninth step amends, the last thing we do before we leave is say something like, tell me what I can do to help you. And boy, does that ever work. Every time we express the true desire, the real desire, not something that's just surface, but we really mean it, to be helpful to others, does something miraculous, changes the relationship, changes everything, changes the whole atmosphere, everything's going on. And as I said to you, John, I'm truly sorry for everything I did. Tell me, John, what can I do to help you? Remember that, because that's the golden key to a successful amends. The slightest sign of fear or intolerance may lessen your husband's chance of recovery. In a weak moment, he may take your dislike of his high-stepping friends as one of those insanely trivial excuses to drink. We never try to arrange a man's life so as to shield him from temptation. Let's see where that rule was first stated for us. Turn back to page 102. I'm sorry, 101. Page 101. In the center paragraph on page 101, in our belief, any scheme of combating alcoholism which proposes to shield the sick man from temptation is doomed to failure. If the alcoholic tries to shield himself, he may succeed for a time, but he usually winds up with a bigger explosion than ever. We have tried these methods. These attempts to do the impossible have always failed. So our rule is not to avoid a place where there is drinking if we have a legitimate reason for being there. And by the way, that also includes whoopee parties, and Maryland puts on a whoopee party around here once in a while. Now then, the paragraph above, an alcoholic who cannot meet these conditions still has an alcoholic mind. There is something the matter with his spiritual status. His only chance for sobriety would be someplace like the Greenland ice cap, and even there an Eskimo might turn up with a bottle of scotch and ruin everything. We went through this last week. We decided that there were no Eskimos in Greenland, but somebody said they might have been visiting. Ask any woman who has sent her husband to distant places on the theory he would escape the alcohol problem. So going back on 120 again, never try to arrange a man's life so as to shield him from temptation. The slightest disposition on your part to guide his appointments or his affairs so he will not be tempted will be noticed. Make him feel absolutely free to come and go as he likes. This is important. If he gets drunk, do not blame yourself. God has either removed your husband's liquor problem or he's not. If not, it had better be found out right away. Then you and your husband can get right back down to the fundamentals. If a repetition is to be prevented, place the problem along with everything else in God's hands. Now notice again that the Big Book is saying to the wife, you are to follow the same spiritual path as is set forth in this book for your husband. And one of the things that we learned all the way back in Bill's story is that we are to turn in all things to the Father of light who presides over us all. If repetition here is to be prevented, place the problem along with everything else in God's hands. You see, the Big Book is always consistent. There are no inconsistencies in it. Everything which was talked about in Bill's story and all the way through is going to be repeated and emphasized and never changed. Never changed. And the people now who practice New Age AA and some of the psychobabble way of life want to change everything. They think they know better. Well, God bless them. For them, maybe they do. But for most of us, I think we have to make peace with this idea that since 1935, this program has been working. That people who follow the steps, follow directions, work the steps, do in fact recover, and they stay recovered. And this is not hundreds or even thousands, it's millions of people. And millions more worldwide in 140 countries. The Big Book translated into 30 foreign languages. What's going on here? If this stuff doesn't work just the way it is in here, what in the world is happening out there? Is it something that has seeped into the populace? Or is it true that people are picking up this book and using it and finding every direction they need? The latter is the fact. This is the fact for us. This book works, the steps work, they work for every single human being who's willing to work. That's why we're here tonight. Believe it, if the steps did not work, we wouldn't be here. So whatever else the siren song of those who wish the easier, softer way, please stay away from it. It's a dead-end street. Everything we need to know is right here. I urge all of you. I know you're going to think this is big book pounding and all that stuff that people say today, but my goodness, when you go to a meeting, take your book with you. How do you plan to be helpful to others if you don't have the manual with you? Take your book with you. Have it there. Refer to it. If you want to know what to share in a meeting, share out of the book. That's what people need to hear, and that's what we need to continue to reiterate. When you share from the book, you can't be wrong. I hope that becomes kind of what we all do. Going to page 121. We realize that we've been giving you much direction and advice. We may have seemed to lecture. If that is so, we are sorry. For we ourselves don't always care for people who lecture us. But what we have related is based upon experience, some of it painful. Gee, I could take that personally, I guess. We don't like people who lecture us, but I'm going to choose not to. We had to learn these things the hard way. That's why we are anxious that you understand and that you avoid these unnecessary difficulties. So to you out there who may soon be with us, we say good luck and God bless you. Now keep in mind that the Big Book was written as a history. It is not philosophy, it is not opinion, it's not somebody's guesswork. It is the actual history of those who came before and those who helped to write the book. These are real people reporting what they really did and saying to us, we believe that if you do what we did, you too will recover from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. And they're right. That's exactly what does happen. And for the wives to whom this chapter is addressed, the wives who came before found that when they got on the same spiritual path as their husband, their lives changed. Their problems were solved. They were able to live a happy, joyous, and free life in spite of any other vicissitudes, including a drunk husband. They found that, in fact, that was possible, that they could do that, to get out of themselves, to carry a message, to be putting back into life, to have a purpose, to have a mission, to rely upon a higher power, all these things, to clean house, to be free of the things that block them from God, to stay away from self-pity and self-justification, to be free of resentment and anger, to be free of fear, all these things that the 12 steps bring us if we want them. They found that. And that's why this chapter was written, so that others could know that all of this will work for them too. What you've read here, what we've read here, is the actual experience of those who went before. We ought to pay attention to it. Page 122. Chapter 9, the family afterward. Our women folk have suggested certain attitudes a wife may take with the husband who is recovering. Perhaps they create the impression that he is to be wrapped in cotton wool and placed on a pedestal. I think what happened here was when Bill went back, he wrote chapter 8, of course. When he went back and reread this and masquerading as a wife, he may have figured I kind of overdid this. Matter of fact, I think I told you last week that a couple of the ladies in this group bearded me in my den, telling me that they were really disappointed because it sounded as if they were supposed to just be the patsies, just crawl around their bellies and let their husband or their boyfriend just do any damn thing he pleased, leave them alone, and don't bother them. And they were pretty incensed about that. I said, I don't think that's what it means. We think we talked about that last week. Well, Bill may have figured he went a little too far. In any event, this sounds like a halfway apology. Perhaps we created the impression that he's to be wrapped in cotton wool and placed on a pedestal. Successful readjustment means the opposite. All members of family should meet upon the common ground of tolerance, understanding, and love. No kidding, Bill. I guess what we have to do is learn how to do that, right? You know, you can hear that from any pulpit. Upon the common ground of tolerance, understanding, and love. Well, how do we go about that? We know, for example, that with us, with the alcoholic, this business of love and tolerance for others is our code. You remember where that comes in? Remember where that comes to full blossom in our working of the steps? It's right at the 10th step, isn't it? We stop fighting anyone or anything. Love and tolerance of others is our code, it tells us, right there in the 10th step on page 84. This is not at all by any chance of the imagination an unreachable goal, obviously. But it is not something that we just automatically start doing because some book or somebody preaches about it. All members of family should meet upon the common ground of tolerance, understanding, and love. And now, this chapter is going to go forward to show us how we do that. See, that's the key with the big book. It never, never, never tells us how we ought to be, or never poses a problem or a dilemma without giving us the solution. And we can look at the rest of this chapter, we'll find the solution. This involves a process of deflation. The alcoholic, his wife, his children, his in-laws, each one is likely to have fixed ideas about the family's attitude toward himself or herself. Well, no kidding. That's the way human beings are. You know, that's what we have to understand about ourselves. We are just naturally self-centered. That's the way human beings are built. Why do you suppose the big book gives us 3 things that we need to do every day in order to stay out of stuff? I get a biggest kick when I hear people talking about this and say that I took my will back. No, you just didn't give it today. Each is interested in having his or her wishes respected. Well, sure. We find the more one member of the family demands that the others concede to him, the more resentful they become. This makes for discord and unhappiness. Man, that's about as insightful as you can get. Think about it in your own case, or cases you know about intimately. Isn't that what's going on? Where families are in discord. I remember when this whole idea of dysfunctional family first came out. There was a big splash on the human solution horizon. Somebody made that up and figured out it was pretty neat. Somebody wrote a book which was right on. I'm dysfunctional, it said. You're dysfunctional. We are all dysfunctional. Now, that was true. And that book had a big red cover with a white slash across it, and I guess it probably sold 1 million copies. So what we're really looking at here is a situation where we have an opportunity through our own actions and through our example that we can set for other members of the family to effectuate a big change in the way the family relates to each other, the way the family gets along. You know, it's a funny thing, guys. Every time we have a meeting here, as we read the Big Book together, we begin to see that so many of these theories that are floating around are just balderdash, and we don't have any difficulty saying that. But there are always a few people get up and walk out. They don't want to hear this stuff, and that's fine. And then, second paragraph, page 122. And why? Is it not because each wants to play the lead? Is not each trying to arrange the family show to his liking? Is he not unconsciously trying to see what he can take from the family life rather than give? Of course. And that takes us back then to what we learned in chapter 8, that everybody, every human being, all the world, it says, like everybody else, it says, are afflicted with selfishness, dishonesty, self-seeking, and so forth. And so why would we be surprised if this were true within our family? As a matter of fact, if we go back to the third step, page 62, you might want to turn back just for a quick reminder what this is talking about. Each member wants to play the lead, each trying to arrange family show to his liking, unconsciously trying to see what he can take from the family rather than give. Cessation of drinking is but the first step away from a highly strained abnormal condition. A doctor said to us, years of living with an alcoholic is almost sure to make any wife or child neurotic. The entire family is to some extent ill. Well, that rule in that first sentence is equally applicable, of course, to the alcoholic. Cessation of drinking is but the first step away from a highly strained abnormal condition. Many people fall into the trap of believing that if we didn't have a drink today, it was a great day. That somehow or another the only condition is that we don't drink. Abstaining from alcohol obviously is absolutely necessary for us, but it's only the beginning. If the only thing that we had to contend with was the obsession compulsion to drink alcohol, that would be easily taken care of. And in fact, when we heard chapter 5 read tonight, we had the solution right in front of us. We may not recognize it in the three pertinent ideas. To we're alcoholic, can't manage your own life, no human power is going to relieve us of our alcoholism. God can and will. Only thing we have to do is seek Him. In the seeking of God, we will find that our obsession, compulsion to drink alcohol is removed from us. It just goes. And nowhere does the Big Book tell us don't drink. Why in the world would you tell an alcoholic don't drink? That's why we're here, because we can't not drink. But going on with the theme of this chapter, we alcoholics have created enormous ruin within our families and within our extended family. That whether it's in our business or in a club situation or any kind of a close relationship that we've had with people, the entire family is to some extent ill. Let families realize as they start their journey that all will not be fair weather. Each in his turn may be footsore and may straggle. There will be alluring shortcuts and bypaths down which they may wander and lose their way. Suppose we tell you some of the obstacles a family will meet. Suppose we suggest how they may be avoided, even converted to good use for others. The family of an alcoholic longs for the return of happiness and security. They remember when Father was romantic, thoughtful, and successful. Today's life is measured against that of other years, and when it falls short, the family may be unhappy. And of course, we have to recognize in ourselves that we are oftentimes very impatient. I've had people say to me, I've been sober for 3 weeks, I've been doing everything I was told to do. How come things haven't all straightened out yet? And then you say to them, well, you're going to have a little patience there, you know. Oh, no, what's going on? What's wrong? Maybe God doesn't love me. Maybe this stuff doesn't work. How many times have you heard people say, I tried that A of A, and it don't work, as they put down the next water maker. And everybody at the bar is agreeing with them. Ah, that stuff don't work. Yeah, I tried that. There are a lot of people who refer to us as the AA, as if we were some kind of a monster or something, you know, this living beast. So let's go back now and see the rest of this story here, the rest of the problem, because the book's going to give us the solution to it. Family confidence in Dad is rising high. The good old days will soon be back, they think. Sometimes they demand that Dad bring them back instantly. God, they believe, almost owes this recompense on a long overdue account. But the head of the house has spent years in pulling down the structures of business, romance, friendship, health. These things are now ruined or damaged. It will take time to clear away the wreck. The old buildings will eventually be replaced by finer ones. The new structures will take years to complete. And that's a hard lesson to learn. You know, it's like we learned back in the chapter to wives on page 116. At first, some of us did not believe we needed this help. We thought, on the whole, we were pretty good women, capable of being nicer if our husbands stopped drinking. In other words, the whole idea here was that if he just stops or she just stops, everything's going to get better right away. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that when we had those occasional, we took those little vacations from our addiction, we'd stay sober for a little while, go on the wagon, make very strong promises, run down to the church and get on our knees and promise God. And we were so filled with the Spirit, so filled with our goody-goody thing that we've actually stopped drinking, and we're easy to get along with, and we're enthusiastic, and we're happy, and we're putting on one hell of a show. Deep down inside, we're dying for that next day. And deep down inside, we're resentful that we can't, because what are these people making me do? I got to live this kind of life without my best friend. Well, we pulled it off for a while, and everybody got real enthusiastic. Bill, in his story, tells us about that happening over and over again in his life. And Lois would be real happy because he wasn't drinking and he was doing good and he started to make money. And remember, one of the times that was happening, he had a big deal coming down. He was going to put together a group. He was going to make a lot of money. And a couple days before that was to get started, he got drunk. Remember, he tells us he's sitting in the bar drinking, pounding on the bar and saying, what in the hell am I doing here? How did this happen? Oh, well, I've had a few now, I might as well get good and drunk. And when I read that, I said, man, I know exactly what he's talking about. Going down on page 123, Father knows he is to blame. It may take him many seasons of hard work to be restored financially. but he shouldn't be reproached. Perhaps he will never have much money again, but the wise family will admire him for what he's trying to be rather than for what he's trying to get. I heard something on the radio today which was kind of interesting. This person was opining that the marriage vows, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, rich or for poor, that it's a lot easier to stay together when you're poor or when there's somebody sick. We get to play the role, we get to be the martyr or whatever. Somehow or another, but it's when the good times roll, that's when everything blows apart. Kind of a strange thing. He was saying that we ought to emphasize this for richer and for in health, because these are the times which are the most dangerous. It was an interesting theory. Might even be true. Father knows he's to blame, but look here. This little paragraph is telling us exactly what we need to know, isn't it? About making amends to the family. See, a lot of people would like to think that the 9th step amends for the family can be done in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. We go in, we get them together, we tell them we're really sorry about all this stuff, and maybe let them pull out their little notebooks and read us the catechism of our sins. And we parade the horribles, and then everybody kisses and makes up, and it's all over, and then we go on from there. Well, most of the time, the 9th step with the family is not going to be that way at all. The 9th step amends are going to be made over a long period of time, a period of time in which we demonstrate through our actions over and over again that we are the husband and father, the wife and the mother that our family always wanted. And it may take years. See, that's one of the reasons that the 10th step follows right along after the 9th step, we don't wait for the 9th step to be completed, because it might take years for us to complete our 9th step. So the Big Book tells us that we commence our 10th step as we clean up the past. Also, there's this business of being restored financially. The first full paragraph was right in the middle of the page. Although financial recovery is on the way for many of us, we found we could not place money first. For us, material well-being always followed spiritual progress. It never preceded. So that falls directly in line here with what we learned on page 123. In other words, Big Book is consistent all the way through, and here it's telling the family, look guys, first comes spiritual recovery. Remember back in the 4th step, in chapter 5, where the Big Book tells us on page 54 that when the spiritual malady, 64, page 64, when the spiritual malady is overcome, then we straighten out mentally and physically, not before. A lot of human solutionists have pumped us full of the idea that somehow or another we have to get well physically and mentally before we can expect to get well spiritually. They got it backwards. Absolutely backwards. The moment that we ignore our spiritual recovery and concentrate on mental and physical recovery, we are ignoring the one thing that's going to save our butts. Because our problem is not that we have physical and mental problems. Our problem is that we're spiritually bankrupt. Our problem is that we do not have a higher power standing between us and the booze. The lack of power is our dilemma, and we have to find a power by which we can live, and that has to be a power greater than ourselves. That's why the Big Book concentrates all of its efforts on showing us how to find that higher power that will solve our problem. That's what it's all about. And so the family that emphasizes financial recovery is on the wrong track. And the Big Book here is trying to teach them that. Be patient. Understand that financial recovery always follows spiritual recovery, never precedes it. Going down to the bottom of page 123 now, 123. Now and then the family will be plagued by specters from the past. For the drinking career of almost every alcoholic has been marked by escapades, funny, humiliating, shameful, or tragic. The first impulse will be to bury these skeletons in a dark closet and padlock the door. The family may be possessed by the idea that future happiness can be based only upon forgetfulness of the past. We think that such a view is self-centered and in direct conflict with the new way of living. And of course it is. You see, when we read chapter 5, we hear it read or we read it at every meeting. You've got to remember what it tells us in the first paragraph. That those who do not recover are those who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually, men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. They see it as that self-honesty which is demanded. And that is what we must look at our past. We must do it now because we must learn from it. And we have to use our past to find out what's wrong with us today and what we need to do to make matters right. Because it's essential for us that we straighten out the past. To do that, we have to be fully aware and fully honest and admitting what the past has been. It does absolutely no good for us to try to forget the past or push it aside. We've always been doing that. We used alcohol to do that, to somehow forget the ravages of our life, and we couldn't do that without alcohol or whatever else we used to blot out this horrible stuff that was going on. And sometimes we would move, we would do what we call geographics, we'd do all kinds of stuff. We try various remedies. We change boyfriends or girlfriends, like changing underwear, change jobs, change places we live. We run and run and run and run and run away, and none of it ever helps. Somewhere along the line we got to say, halt, right here. This is as far as I go. Now then, the only way that I can possibly recover is for me to face and to be rid of the things in myself which have been blocking me from God. That's what the Big Book tells me I must do. I must face and be rid of the things in myself that are blocking me. And so this idea that we are going to bury it didn't work before, doesn't work now, never will work. As a matter of fact, our 10th and 11th step inventories teach us to look each day to see what's going on. Be cognizant, self-aware. Henry Ford once made a wise remark to the effect that experience is the thing of supreme value in life. That is true only if one is willing to pursue the past to good account. What he actually said was this. He said, when I hear it, I'm interested. When I see it, I believe it. When I experience it, I understand it. And it is through the experiencing that we come to understand. Where do you think we get the phrase, God of our understanding? God as I understand it. That's God I experience. The God I experience. In our 10th step, it tells us we are to grow in understanding and effectiveness. Meaning, of course, that we are to continue to experience. And we do that by taking one leap of faith after another. And we do not ignore the lessons of the past. We do not ignore them, we learn from them. It all comes down to a most simple equation. We stop doing the things which didn't work. And we find out what those were by taking inventory. We stop doing what didn't work. And then we start doing what will work. And when we start doing what will work, our whole life changes. So we do not ignore the past, we learn from it. So that we grow. This is true only if one is willing to turn the past to good account. We grow by our willingness to face and rectify errors and convert them into assets. The alcoholic's past thus becomes, listen to this, the principal asset of the family, and frequently it is the only one. Also, there's another thing that we know, and that our principal asset in working with other people is not how wonderful we are today, but because we do have a past. There are all kinds of people out there who can preach the good sermon, who can mouth all the platitudes, who can even talk about the 12 steps. But they have never experienced in their past what the alcoholic in front of them has experienced. See, that's why we can help when no one else can. Because we can gain their confidence. Because we have been there before them. Because we have bona fides. Because we are believable. And when we say, well, we have done, and they say, I did that too, I'm doing that too right now. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the way I feel. That's what's happened to me. But tell me, please, how did you recover from this? Aha! I'm glad you asked. Because now, you tell them precisely how we have recovered. Just exactly the way the Big Book does, you see. Now what a wonderful thing, because at that point now they're willing to listen to us. We're not just some Hanyak, yo-ho off the street or from out of the temple or from the treatment center or from anywhere else, the boss or somebody, some surrogate, preaching to them, tell them how they're supposed to be. They already know that message. They just can't be that. They don't know how. They want to, but they can't. What the hell good is it to tell somebody who can't be some way, they got to be that way.
Yeah.
What the hell good is it to say to somebody, don't drink, when they can't not drink? It's the same thing. So we show them. And what do we show them? Show them how we did it. That's what the Big Book does. This is how they did it. What does it say in the forward of the first edition? To show other alcoholics precisely how we have recovered is the main purpose of this volume. That's what they're doing here. And so, for us to arrogate to ourselves some especially important niche in this whole picture of alcoholism, we're dead right, we are. We can help when no one else can, precisely because we have had the experience. We know. We understand because we have experience. We grow in understanding and effectiveness as we continue to work the steps and grow spiritually. Next paragraph on page 124. This painful past may be of infinite value to other families still struggling with their problem. We think each family which has been relieved owes something to those who have not. And when the occasion requires, each member of it should be only too willing to bring former mistakes, no matter how grievous, out of their hiding places. And this is what they did when they met together in each other's homes. They supported and shared with each other. We don't do that today. What we do today is we shut the families out of our meetings by calling them closed. Shame on us. Showing others who suffer how we were given help is the very thing which makes life seem so worthwhile to us now. Cling to the thought that in God's hands the dark past is the greatest possession you have. The key to life and happiness for others. See how that works? Back in the ninth step we learned that at the moment we're trying to put our lives in order, it said, but this is not an end in itself, that our real purpose here is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. This is what it's telling us here. Cling to the thought that in God's hands the dark past is the greatest possession you have. The key to life and happiness for others. Why? Because by being willing to recite that, to share that, they will believe us then. They will identify themselves with us. They will be anxious to find how we recovered. And now when we tell them, we show them, they may very well want what we have and be willing to go to any lengths to get it. See how it works? With it you can avert death and misery for them. What a magnificent thing. Just, you know, we're so damn self-centered, sometimes we forget what we're doing here. This is the whole thing. This is our mission. That's why God has us. That's exactly why God has us. When we remember that, it makes it so much easier for us to put aside our pettiness and our self-interest and our chasing our tails and concentrate on what's really important. The alcoholic's past thus becomes the principal asset of the family, and frequently almost the only one. This painful past may be of infinite value to other families still struggling. And then going on down on page 124, it is possible to dig up past misdeeds so they become a blight, a veritable plague. For example, we know of situations when the alcoholic or his wife have had love affairs. In the first flush of spiritual experience, they forgave each other and drew closer together. The miracle of reconciliation was at hand. Then under one provocation or another, the grieved one would unearth the old affair and angrily cast its ashes about. A few of us have had these growing pains, and they've hurt a great deal. I guess it didn't happen to Bill because in his story he says there was no actual, what was that word he used?
Infidelity.
No actual infidelity. Kind of like Bill Clinton, maybe. I don't know. What he really said was he was too damn drunk to get it up. Okay? We don't take ourselves too damn seriously around here, do we? Husbands and wives have sometimes been obliged to separate for a time until new perspective, new victory over hurt pride could be re-won. In most cases, the alcoholic survived this ordeal without relapse, but not always. So I think that unless some good and useful purpose is to be served, past occurrences should not be discussed. Whoa, wait a second here. Does that do violence to our ninth step? It might, but not necessarily. Let's go back to the first part of that paragraph. It is possible to dig up past misdeeds so they become a blight, a veritable plague. When we are making amends, one of the things we have to be so careful about, remember that this is a spiritual maxim. We are not to ever do anything deliberately that will hurt another person. And this is especially true when we're making amends. So, for example, if I am sitting down with my parents or one of my parents, and they've had a lifetime of my drunken nonsense, they've suffered through it all, they've been devastated by it, somehow or another they survived it. Here I am sober. Do I sit down with them and then spend the next 2 hours parading the horribles in front of them, making them relive the horrors of the past, just in order to expiate my own feelings of guilt? No, I must not do that. I must not do that. How cruel would that be? If you haven't had someone in your family who kept careful account of your sins and recounted them at every opportunity, believe me, you don't know how painful that can be. So what do? Well, we sit down first with our sponsor and review of my past with my parents. Your answer is probably going to be, they remember it all as if it were yesterday. You don't have to go back over that again. As a matter of fact, you really oughtn't to. If they want to bring it up, let them. What are we going to say then? All the time over the last years and years and years, we've been saying, oh, I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. There's a difference now. Because now you not only are sober, but you've been sober for a while. You're not only sober, but you're on a spiritual path. You're not only sober, but you have grown spiritually enormously. You're not only sober, but you've reached that nexus point in your program of spiritual action, which is utterly critical for you to pass over into the 10th step, where you will have entered the world of the Spirit, and that is to be free of those things which are causing you feelings of guilt, remorse, and shame. And so therefore, this is not the same situation it was on the day after your last drunk. Oh, I'm so sorry, I'll never do that again. And so we tell them, this is what has happened, Mom and Dad. I've been working this program, and I can tell you that it's made a terrific change in me. And apart from other things, I also have looked very carefully at the things that I did, which caused you great pain and anguish. And I know exactly what they were, and I have written them down, and I have admitted them in private. And now what I want to say to you is that I am absolutely, sincerely, totally sorry for what I did. And I want to pledge to you that I'm going to make sure that none of that ever happens again. God willing, that will be the case. That's all we have to say. Now, if they want to relive part of the past, want to recall anything, we certainly allow them to do that. We don't elaborate. We let it all come out. But most of the time, it's not going to happen. Most people are already so weary of the pain that they don't want it anymore. This is telling us the same thing in terms of our family life and our life in our, let's say, in our business or job or with our friends or around these rooms. Why in the world is it that so many people are obsessed with the sins of others that they must constantly recount them to whoever will listen? Oh, do you know about that? Let me tell you what he did 10 years ago. I've been a victim of that in spades, because I don't hold anything back. When I have a chance to share, I share what I believe. And I'm not trying to hurt anybody, but truth is truth. And I try to stick to truth as I know it to be. And I try to stick strictly with the Big Book because I believe the Big Book is all truth. That doesn't make me a hero or anything, but there are a lot of people who don't like that. The last 2 Saturdays after I left here, somebody apparently had decided to ice pick one of my tires. And I had a blowout at 75 miles an hour on I-95. And last Saturday I managed to get off before it blew. So I'm a little unhappy about that. But that's the kind of hatred that can be generated by people who are not on the spiritual path themselves. And there are going to be those folks around all the time, you know. So we just have to expect it. I don't expect to have a blowout on I-95, don't get me wrong. That is a bit extreme, I think. But if you speak the truth, and if you share from the Big Book, you will be criticized. You will be mocked. And you may find that there are people who will not forget that. As long as they're around, which usually isn't very long, they'll continue to talk about it. You can't worry about it. I feel sorry for people. I do. I truly feel sorry for people who can't get past their former life and who reject what we have to offer here. That's exactly what they're doing. Now we go on page 125. We families of Alcoholics Anonymous keep a few skeletons in the closet. Everyone knows about the other's alcoholic troubles. This is a condition which in ordinary life would produce untold grief. There might be scandalous gossip, laughter at the expense of other people, and a tendency to take advantage of intimate information. Among us, these are rare occurrences. Huh. Okay. I'm sure that was true then. We do talk about each other a great deal, but we almost invariably temper such talk with a spirit of love and tolerance. Now, you know, when Bill Wright said, he meant it. And remember that because the families were meeting together, because there was this feeling of being in a lifeboat. Bill talked about that. This is we are the survivors of a great tragedy at sea. And here we are, people who would never ordinarily associate with each other, confined in a lifeboat with our very survival depending upon each of us doing his or her part. And there's a great feeling of camaraderie and a feeling of pulling together which would never have happened otherwise. And for the most part, that gets to continue even after we have recovered. And when I say recovered, I do not mean we've been cured. Recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body. Another principle we observe carefully is that we do not relate intimate experience with another person unless we are sure he would approve. This is task number 1. Absolute secrecy and privacy and confidentiality. Otherwise, how can we ever get down to the rock bottom? How can we ever expect anybody to do what the Big Book requires of us? That we explore every dark cranny of the past. Every dark cranny. Because we have to. We got to get it out. We have to articulate these things. This is not something which is just made up for the purpose of the Big Book. This is a principle of spiritual growth and development that goes all the way back as far as we can trace the religions and religious societies and ecclesiastical thinking and philosophical thinking. there is something absolutely incredible about those times when we face another human being honestly recounting every dark cranny of the past, every twist of character. But this is only going to happen if we have the utmost confidence that what we are revealing goes no further under any circumstances. And that's the sine qua non. That's the bottom line. And if you're not prepared for that, then tell the person who asked you to sponsor them that you can't do it. Because you're not prepared to keep absolutely inviolate all the things that you learn about them. And never reveal any of them without their permission. We find it better when possible to stick to our own stories. A man may criticize or laugh at himself and it will affect others favorably. But criticism or ridicule coming from another often produces the contrary effect. Well, sure it does. A lot of people know me real well. I never go up to somebody who hasn't asked for help to tell them what they ought to do. Oh, well, now in a meeting like this, maybe I might do that once in a while, but not on a personal basis. A man may criticize or laugh at himself and it will affect others favorably. But criticism or ridicule coming from another often produce the contrary effect. Members of a family should watch such matters carefully. For one careless, inconsiderate remark has been known to raise the very devil. We alcoholics are sensitive people. It takes some of us a long time to outgrow that serious handicap. And amen to that. And you know, families have this a dynamic going that doesn't exist outside the family. There's almost always a hypersensitivity to each other. There's a long history usually. And a lot of stuff, a lot of water has gone under the bridge. And it's extremely important in the family to take cognizance of this of behavior that is going to be kind and loving, soft-spoken. That's the kind of behavior that really works. Many alcoholics are enthusiasts. They run to extremes. At the beginning of recovery, a man will take, as a rule, one of two directions. He may either plunge into a frantic attempt to get on his feet in business, or he may be so enthralled by a new life that he talks or thinks of little else. In either case, certain family problems will arise. For these we've had experience galore. We think it's dangerous if he rushes headlong at his economic problems. The family will be affected also, pleasantly at first, as they feel their money troubles are about to be solved, then not so pleasantly as they find themselves neglected. Dad may be tired at night and preoccupied by day. He may take small interest in the children and may show irritation when reproved for his delinquencies. Well, who the heck would? Have you ever been reproved for your delinquencies? Stop and think what that means. Okay. If not irritable, he may seem dull and boring. Not gay and affectionate as the family would like him to be. Mother may complain of inattention. They are all disappointed and often let him feel it. Beginning with such complaints, a barrier arises. He's straining every nerve to make up for lost time. He's striving to recover fortune and reputation and feels he is doing very well. In other words, he's saying to himself, what's the matter with you people? Why are you praising me? Why are you telling me how wonderfully I'm doing? Why aren't you happy that we're getting that 4-bedroom house back and the cars that were repossessed, I've replaced those, and I paid off the bill down at the liquor store, down at the bar, or whatever else. The IRS has stopped knocking on our door. Why aren't you happy about that? Well, oh, that's good enough. The problem is that everybody in the family is being totally neglected, and they feel it. And there's something here that we alcoholics have to understand. The family is very likely to feel they put up with a ton of crap from us, that they stood by us, that they have been wonderful in their own way, and they have. For a lot of us, it meant the difference between life and death. The fact that we continue to have their support no matter what kind of rotten creeps we turned out to be. But they hung with us. And they feel, probably justifiably, that they deserve some credit for that. They deserve some attention. They deserve our undivided attention. Can you imagine what, well, let's think back to when this thing got started. Because there's a moment in history where everything turned on the decision of one woman. You remember what that is? When Bill Wilson came out of the hospital for the last time, and he was sober, and he had the inspiration, and his friend Ebby had said, Bill, faith without works is dead. And Bill knew that he was going to have to work and self-sacrifice for other alcoholics, or he wasn't going to make it. So he went home to his wife, Lois, and he said, Lois, I'll tell you what, dear, I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go out and see if I can get some other drunks sober. Can you imagine the horror that this mother struck into her breast at that moment? He said, I'm going to have to do that in order for me to stay sober. Will you support me? What if she had said, well, I don't think so. I've been putting up with your nonsense for 25 years. You're not going to wiggle out of here without permission from me, and you sure as hell aren't bringing any old musty drunks home here. And you can start right now by carrying out the garbage. But she didn't say that. She said, yes, Bill, I will. And she did, for the rest of his life. And on that slender thread hung our fate. Had it not been so, what happened right then, there'd be no AA. If she hadn't hung in there for the next 6 months when Bill didn't get anybody sober, but he was out there just trying all the time. He was bringing them home. One of them burned a mattress up. Another one, they had to call the cops because he got violent. Another one tried to commit suicide. And they were sponging off of Lois and Bill. And Bill didn't have any money. She put up with it. Finally, Bill went to Akron, met Dr. Bob, and he was a very wise man in those days. He stayed in Akron for a while. He figured he'd pretty much worn out his wife, so he stuck around Akron for the summer, 4 or 5 months, and he and Bob got AA group number 1 started in Akron. When Bill came back to New York, he knew then that it worked. But we can see just how dicey this whole thing was in the beginning. So the family is very likely to feel they're being shortchanged here and not appreciate it, and they have expected a whole lot more in the way of appreciation and praise than they're getting. Going on page 126, sometimes mother and children don't think so. Oh, he thinks he's doing well. Sometimes mother and children don't think so. Having been neglected and misused in the past, they think Father owes them more than they're getting. They want to make a fuss over them. They expect him to give them the nice times they used to have before he drank so much, to show his contrition for what they have suffered. But Dad doesn't give freely of himself. Resentment grows. He becomes still less communicative. Sometimes he explodes over a trifle. This sort of thing can be avoided. Both father and the family are mistaken, though each side may have some justification. It is of little use to argue and only makes the impasse worse. This business of arguing, wow, is that ever destructive? You know, a lot of this stuff is hangover from the past. we gotten into the habit of big arguments, big disputes, everybody feeling justified in their position. And sometimes it takes a while for those habits to go away. So we all have to have a lot of patience with each other, especially when we're in a close family relationship. The family must realize that Dad, though marvelously improved, is still convalescing. They should be thankful he's sober and able to be of this world once more. Let them praise his progress. Let them remember that his drinking wrought all kinds of damage that may take long to repair. If they sense these things, they will not take so seriously his periods of crankiness, depression, or apathy, which will disappear when there is tolerance, love, and spiritual understanding. That sounds like some kind of a bloody sermon you'd hear on Sunday, but you know it's the truth. Not only do people in our milieu, our surroundings, our families and so forth, respond to the way we act, but we will respond to the way they treat us. And it's pretty automatic, you know, we don't have to think about it, it's just the way it is. It's really important for the family to realize that the alcoholic is recovering from an extraordinarily serious illness. And that for some, this is a pretty long, drawn-out process. Not for everybody. Some get it a lot quicker than others. But everybody eventually gets it if they stay with it. So it requires of us that we be patient. It requires of us that we remember that there is a long period of reconstruction ahead in our families. How many times has the family heard us say, "I'll never drink again. I'm so sorry. I've quit for good. Please forgive me." And at the moment that we said that, we probably meant it. Only in a few days or a few weeks, we're back at it again. After this is repeated over and over again, the family finally gets to a point where they're pretty suspicious. They pretty much begin to lose most of the hope they have that we'll ever actually get well. And, you know, even though we're in recovery and we're working our steps and we're showing great improvement, you better believe they're waiting for the other shoe to fall. It's just natural. It's the way it is. And so, it's going to take a long time. And when we think in terms of our night step amends, guys, we have to remember that our amends to family may take the rest of our lives. It's not proper for us to sit them down and make them relive the horrors of the past, parade the horribles. What we have to remember is that making amends to our family is a process of our staying sober, growing spiritually, and being the good father, wife, mother, husband, child that we can be. And gradually, they'll come to trust us again. They'll get over the horrible feeling that this is just another one of those times between bouts of drinking. They'll come to realize that we really are doing something positive and it's working. Now, one of the things that really helps is if your family comes to meetings, they're going to see that people can stay sober, do stay sober for long periods of time, for a lifetime. And that you are no different from everybody else in that room. You have exactly the same program, exactly the same chance for a lifetime of recovery as everybody else, if you are willing to accept the program and accept a spiritual way of life. Because that's the truth. If somebody comes here and I can point out 15 or 20 people in this room right now with more than 10 years of solid sobriety. some with more than 20, some with more than 30. This is not some kind of a will-o'-the-wisp thing that's just floating around the edges of society. This is solid stuff. And we do have long-term sobriety, and the family members have that right at their fingertips. They too can have it if they wish. A good part of that. And this is an interesting paragraph at the top of the page, because it postulates a situation which doesn't happen very often, but does happen once in a while. And of course it mirrors what Bill's own experience was. Remember Bill, while he was still in the hospital for that last time, had a bright light, burning bush epiphany, a very powerful spiritual experience, which stayed with him the rest of his life. And so Bill is looking at the people who surround him now in AA, and he's seeing a few who have had this kind of experience. And he remembers how he was, because it gave him this great confidence that he was on the right track and that he knew what needed to be done. It was the kind of thing that could lead very easily to spiritual arrogance. And when Bill first started out trying to get people sober, that's exactly the way he was acting, spiritually arrogant. Assume, on the other hand, that Father has, at the outset, a stirring spiritual experience. Overnight, as it were, he's a different man. He becomes a religious enthusiast. He's unable to focus on anything else. As soon as his sobriety begins to be taken as a matter of course, the family may look at their strange new dad with apprehension, then with irritation. There's talk about spiritual matters morning, noon, and night. He may demand that the family find God in a hurry, or exhibit amazing indifference to them and say he's above worldly considerations. Kind of like that guy who's got a new Mercedes. You ever heard that radio commercial? All he wants to do is talk about his Mercedes. Above worldly considerations. He may tell Mother, who has been religious all her life, that she doesn't know what it's all about, that she'd better get his brand of spirituality while there is yet time. Well, the spiritually elite, they abound in AA. You know, they're all over the place. Not many are overt about it. But what they really think is that most of us are not spiritual at all. And how could we be? Because we do not accept their brand of spirituality. And quite often they go off and form their own groups, and they call them this or that, and usually they don't last, because special purpose groups in AA seldom last. And there's a good reason for that, of course. The Big Book tells us right in the beginning that the world of spirit is broad and roomy and all-inclusive. And it's open to all people. Never exclusive, never forbidding, open to all. In any event, that's the position that AA has taken, and it's proven to be right, and it is probably one of the most important positions we ever took, because with that, we have left the doors open for literally everybody. There are no exceptions. Nobody is ever excluded, except in our little special purpose meetings. And those, my opinion only, I can't prove it, but I'm convinced that they go directly against the Big Book and against God's plan for us. When Father takes this tack, the family may react unfavorably. They may be jealous of a God who has stolen Dad's affections. While grateful that he drinks no more, they may not like the idea that God has accomplished a miracle where they failed. They often forget Father was beyond human aid. They may not see why their love and devotion did not straighten him out. Dad is not so spiritual after all, they say. If he means to right his past wrongs, why all this concern about everyone else in the world but his family? That's a good question. What about his talk that God will take care of them? they suspect his father is a bit balmy. Now, that's not balmy as in balmy day. That's balmy as in nuts. Whack out. Yeah. Now this is interesting here, guys, because there's a parallel thought in the chapter to wives. The parallel thought is, how is it that after all these years and all the struggles that I put in to try to get this guy sober, these people in AA came along and in a few weeks, reading a book and going to some meetings, he's no longer drinking. What's wrong with me? And there's a tremendous amount of jealousy involved. Well, now we find the same kind of thinking directed toward God. How come God would do this? Why wouldn't he do it earlier when I was struggling so hard? Now he comes along and he finds these guys, and they talk him into finding God, and he finds God, and all of a sudden, he's God's person. He's not the family person anymore, and God is taking him away from us, and he's out there proselytizing and evangelizing and walking up and down the streets looking for drunks. Saying, all right, you're a drunk, on your knees, start praying, you know, that kind of stuff. Well, that might be exaggerating a little bit, but I suppose there's got to be some of that feeling. Going on 128, he is not so unbalanced as they might think. Many of us have experienced Dad's elation. We have indulged in spiritual intoxication, like a gaunt prospector, belt drawn in over the last ounce of food, our pick struck gold. Joy at our release from a lifetime of frustration knew no bounds. Father feels he struck something better than gold. For a time he may try to hug the new treasure to himself. He may not see at once that he has barely scratched a limitless load which will pay dividends only if he mines it for the rest of his life and insists on giving away the entire product. Holy cow, did you hear what this book just said? This is incredible stuff, isn't it? And you can just go flying right by this like, oh yeah, yeah, well, what's it saying here? This is this load of spirituality is limitless. We're going to need to mine it for the rest of our lives. We're going to need to give away everything that we get and give away the entire product of our labors in acquiring spirituality. And why? I mean, that doesn't make any sense at all. Why would we go to the trouble to get it if all we're going to do is give it away? The answer, of course, is that Alcoholics Anonymous has explored new fields and broken new ground in the realm of paradox. A paradox has always been out there. It's been preached. It's been philosophized about. But you know, you and I are the ones who get to live it. Let me tell you a little story. Early on in my early sobriety, I was a member at a group in West Los Angeles, and there were a bunch of pretty heavyweight guys in there and gals. A young man came in to that group. His brother was a famous movie star, but he was wearing his wardrobe. I mean, he was about as dead broke and down and out as you can get. He came in, he latched onto the program right away. Began to get a smile on his face, and somebody gave him a little job here and there. And I'll never forget, one day we were sitting around at coffee because that group believed in coffee afterwards. The meeting afterward was real important. 2, 3, 4 hours sometimes it went on. We're sitting around and Chuck was talking. He said, you know, I'm going to start a business. He said, I'm really impressed with everything that I've been learning here, and I believe it, and I know it's true. He says, what I'm going to do is that everything I make, I'm going to give away. And we all kind of looked at him like, oh, yeah, sure. Now, we'd read this. We knew what it said. But how many people are really able to do this? 100%. But Chuck was serious. He said, this is what I'm going to do. I'll start a business, and everything I make, I'm going to give away. And he did. And his business got better and bigger and better and better. And he was giving it away just as fast as he could, but he couldn't give it away fast enough. Kept accumulating, and that kind of made him mad. He was anxious a lot of the time because he couldn't give it away quick enough. He was careful where he put out money. He didn't just throw it on the street. Before he was through, he was a millionaire, and he was still giving money away just as fast as he could, and he had established a wonderful business. In the meantime, he had become a tremendous sponsor. He sponsored a guy who is now out there, an internationally known star of the AA stage and videotape. And he sponsored this gentleman, and he did a wonderful job with him too. But Chuck died, untimely death. And he left a legacy, and the legacy part of it is called A New Pair of Glasses. I really suggest you read that, because it's pretty much a verbatim transcript of 6 speeches that Chuck gave, but it gives the flavor of his whole concept, and it goes right along with this. Chuck, from the day he decided, never stopped digging in that mother lode of spirituality. And whatever it is he gleaned, he kept giving away. And it brings us back to the verity, the truth. Maybe the truth of all truths around here, that we don't keep anything that we're not willing to give away. We cannot keep the grace that God gives us unless we give it away. And anybody who thinks that that's just an old wives' tale or something that it's kind of cutesy pie to say, I feel sorry for you, because I'm telling you that it is the absolute truth. And when the Big Book and Bill's story tells us that if we fail to enlarge and perfect our spiritual life through work and self-sacrifice for others, we won't survive, it's right. Some survive for a long time living in self and selfishness and self-will. Others only for a few days. You never know. But ultimately the end is always the same. We don't keep it if we don't give it away. And here is the most beautiful part of all. It is in the giving away of what we've been given that we find for the very first time in our lives the meaning of true happiness. That's when we know what happiness really means. That's when we get to have our heritage, which is that we be happy, joyous, and free. And until we begin to do that, we will never know. We'll never know what real happiness is all about. Everything that we've been taught by people who are lying to us and didn't know it. They were telling us what they've been taught, what they truly believe to be so. We were taught that happiness and security was a product of what? Of education, of a career, of learning how to deal with and manipulate and capture people and get them to do what you want to do, of making money, of acquiring things, all of the trappings of power and of success. And we've come to measure our lifetime's success and the success of those around us by those standards. Just as we've come to measure the beauty of a woman by how closely she meets the ideal foisted up on us by the fashion industry or the cosmetics industry, when in fact the beauty of the woman hasn't anything at all to do with that. It has to do, everything to do with what comes from within. It's amazing, you know, when you've been around as long as I have, you've known women who couldn't pass the cosmetology test or the fashion test in a million years, and yet we're some of the most beautiful people you ever knew. It's the same thing. See, we have these weird standards that have been foisted up on us, as if they were true, as if all this stuff is true, and it's not true anymore. So we have to learn a whole new way of life in here, which means really that we have to learn a new way of thinking. And as Howie would point out, because he's a student of the promises, our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Now, what don't we understand about the word whole? It means everything. Everything has changed with us. And a lot of people have difficulty with that because, you know, one of the things that we're most afraid of is change. We know that what we've got doesn't work, but at least we know what it is. And so people are telling us you're going to have to change, and we think, well, what is change going to do? It's just like the new person approaching the third step, you know, the third step prayer. Take all of it. Take my life and my will. Do with me and build with me as thou wilt. No reservations whatsoever. Holy cow, listen to that language. That's really something. That could mean that I would be 2 months from now, I'll find myself in a nunnery somewhere, cloistered with all of the other nuns. Or I'll find myself in the outback of Australia, tending a cattle farm with only Aborigines for neighbors. And we're wondering when the drought is going to end. But what we don't realize when we are captured by these fears is that that's God's will for us. We're going to be happy as a clam at high tide. Because we're going to be doing what He wants us to do rather than what we've decided is best for us. It's really weird. You know, you stop to think about it, it's a bloody miracle that He has ever make it here. If this stuff was all forced upon us at once, without some kind of a learning curve, without experiencing the truth of it, we would go nuts. And the other thing that makes it work is that so much of what is true that must be true of us is given to us as a gift. It just comes, and all of a sudden one day we say, wow, look at this. Look what's happened to me here. I don't think like I used to think. I don't act as I used to act. I've got a different attitude toward people. I've got some peace and serenity in my life, and I have love in my heart. And I'm able to act toward other people in a reasonable and loving way. All of a sudden, my relationships are healthy, where before they were always a holy terror. There's any question about it. When we open our hearts and our minds and our souls and our spirit up to God, He sneaks up on us and He takes us. Sometimes it's so startling, so dramatic that we can hardly believe it, and other times it's slow. There's a word called accretion. It's an interesting word. Accretion means adding to by slow and imperceptible degrees. Sometimes what happens to us, the coming of spirituality, is by accretion. Maybe I can remember, although this had probably occurred many, many years before, when I was 10 years sober, it finally occurred to me as an absolute truth that I would never drink again. And it was a simple thing. I knew by then that the program worked, and I knew that I was willing to work the program. What more did I need to know? That had probably been chewed 5, 6, 7, 8 years before, but it took that long to kind of filter in. If the family cooperates, Dad will soon see that he's suffering from a distortion of values. He will perceive that his spiritual growth is lopsided, that for an average man like himself, a spiritual life which does not include his family obligations may not be so perfect after all.
If the family will appreciate the dad's current behavior is but a phase of his development, all will be well. In the midst of an understanding and sympathetic family, these vagaries of dad's spiritual infancy will quickly disappear. That's kind of a nice little phrase, spiritual infancy. But you know, none of this is really surprising, is it? Because we learn, or we should have learned, that our job, what is our job each day? See, if we look at it from the standpoint of what the actions that we must take, then all of this stuff really irons itself out in a hurry. Because here's the way we must live our lives. We get up. How do we get on with our day and comply with what we just read here in this paragraph? It's so simple. Each day we must do what's in front of us to be done. What's on my plate today? And obviously that's going to include family responsibilities. I've made commitments to other people. I must live up to those commitments. I have commitments